The sun was beginning to set when I arrived at Willow Creek, a secluded camping site about a 2-hour drive from the nearest town. The air was cool and crisp, typical for late autumn, but the trees around me were still holding onto the last remnants of fall. Reds, yellows, and oranges dotted the canopy, while the scent of pine mixed with the dampness of the nearby creek. It was perfect, the kind of peaceful spot I had been longing for after weeks of work and stress. I was alone. No one else had made reservations, and the ranger at the entrance had mentioned that the season was winding down. The site felt like it was mine, and that sense of solitude was exactly what I wanted. I parked my truck next to the clearing and began to set up camp. The campsite was basic: a fire ring, a few wooden benches, and a sturdy picnic table. There was a small wooden shed nearby, which looked like it had been there for years, weathered and unpainted. It wasn't much, but it would do for the weekend. By the time I had set up my tent and unpacked the essentials, the sun had disappeared behind the mountains, leaving only the orange glow of the fire. The crackling sound of the logs burning echoed in the otherwise quiet woods. I sat by the fire, a hot drink in hand, and stared into the flames. The night was calm, and the only sound I could hear was the occasional rustling of leaves in the breeze. I knew I had to be up early to hike the trail that ran along the creek. The map I had picked up at the ranger station showed a short, scenic route that followed the water for about 5 miles, ending at a small waterfall. It would be the perfect way to spend the day. But tonight, I was content just to be alone, away from the noise of the world. The first few hours passed uneventfully. I finished my drink, tossed the empty mug into my tent, and leaned back against the bench. The night had grown cold, but the fire kept me warm enough. It was around 10 p.m. when the first sound caught my attention. It wasn't the usual night noises, no owls or rustling animals, but something else. It was a faint noise, like footsteps, crunching through the dry leaves. Came from somewhere behind me, deeper into the woods. I paused and listened, trying to place the sound, but it stopped as suddenly as it had begun. I told myself it was just a deer, or maybe some other animal. There was no reason to be alarmed, but the noise was enough to make me uneasy. I stood up and glanced around, scanning the dark woods, but I saw nothing. Shaking my head, I sat back down and tried to refocus on the fire. The crackling logs were a comforting sound, and I soon found myself staring into the flames again, my thoughts drifting. Still, the image of those footsteps lingered in my mind. It felt like someone or something was out there. As I stared into the fire, I could swear I saw something moving in the shadows. It was a brief flash, like a figure darting behind one of the trees. My heart skipped a beat, and I immediately stood up, feeling a sudden surge of adrenaline. But when I looked, there was nothing there, just the trees, dark and unmoving. I laughed at myself, trying to shake off the growing feeling of paranoia. I was overthinking it. This was just a quiet, peaceful campsite. It was nothing. The rest of the night passed in a haze. I retreated to my tent around midnight, locking the zipper with a little more care than usual. I felt fine, but at the back of my mind, there was that nagging feeling. Someone was out there, watching me. But I pushed it aside, telling myself I was just tired. The next morning, the fog was thick, rolling through the valley as I prepared for the hike. I couldn't see much beyond the clearing around my camp. The visibility was low, and everything felt damp from the night's chill. But I was eager to start, eager to push the uneasy feelings from last night out of my mind. The trail was just a short walk from the campsite, winding through dense thickets and along the creek. As I made my way deeper into the forest, the fog only thickened, and the air became even cooler. I felt the weight of the silence around me, the deep quiet of the woods. I passed no other hikers, and I didn't hear anything except for the distant rush of water and the occasional bird. It was the kind of solitude I had hoped for, but as the trail twisted and turned, I began to feel something again, a presence. It was like I wasn't alone. I couldn't see anyone, but it felt as though someone was walking just behind me, keeping pace with every step I took. I stopped once, trying to listen, but all I could hear was the sound of my own breathing and the creek in the distance. I pressed on, thinking it was just my mind playing tricks on me. The trail was getting steeper, and the fog was so thick that I could barely make out the path ahead. The trees, towering above me, seemed to close in, and the feeling of being watched intensified. But I pushed through it, determined to make it to the waterfall. At some point, I stopped again, this time to catch my breath. I was getting closer to the falls, and the sound of the water was growing louder. I turned to glance back down the trail, half expecting to see someone, but there was nothing, just the same quiet forest. That's when I heard it again. Footsteps, but this time they were much closer. I froze, my heart racing. I turned, trying to see through the thick fog, but there was no one in sight. The footsteps didn't stop. They were still coming toward me. I was alone. There was no one else out here, or at least that's what I thought. My mind raced as I started to walk faster, eager to reach the falls, hoping the sound would disappear. When I finally reached the waterfall, I felt a strange relief. The noise of the falling water drowned out everything else, and the sight of the mist rising from the base was enough to calm my nerves. I sat on a nearby rock and took in the view, breathing deeply to steady myself. But even as I relaxed, the feeling didn't go away. I wasn't alone. Someone was watching me. It was undeniable now. I spent the next few hours by the falls, but every few minutes, I would glance over my shoulder. The fog was thickening again, and I couldn't shake the sensation that something was wrong. I decided it was time to head back. The hike back was uneventful, but the sense of being followed didn't leave me. The fog had started to lift, but now the forest seemed even darker. The air felt heavier. Every snap of a twig or rustle of leaves had me spinning around, expecting to see someone behind me, but there was no one. When I reached the campsite, the sun had already begun to set again. The fire was still smoldering, and I set about preparing a quick meal, my nerves still on edge. I didn't want to stay out here another night, but I had no choice. The weather was worsening, and I didn't want to risk getting caught in the mountains with no shelter. I made the decision to stay one more night, but I was on edge the entire time. Every little sound had me looking over my shoulder. The unease only grew as the night wore on. The forest seemed to close in around me, the shadows longer, the air colder. At some point in the early hours, I woke up to the sound of something outside my tent. It wasn't a wild animal, it was too deliberate, too quiet. I could hear breathing, shallow and steady, just outside the fabric. My heart hammered in my chest as I lay there, not daring to move. For what felt like hours, I lay perfectly still, the only sound the beating of my own heart. But eventually, the breathing stopped. The silence that followed was even worse than the sound of footsteps. My mind raced, but I didn't dare move. The world outside felt distant, like something had crossed into it that didn't belong. When I finally gathered the courage to check, the morning light was just beginning to filter through the trees. There was nothing outside my tent. No signs of anyone, no evidence of what I had heard. By the time I packed up and left, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone had been watching me, waiting for me to let my guard down. I never found out who or what it was, and I never returned to Willow Creek. The rest of the drive home was quiet, but the memory of those footsteps, the sensation of being followed, stayed with me, and it never quite left. It was the most unsettling experience I had ever had in the woods, and no matter how many times I tried to rationalize it, I couldn't. Something or someone was out there, and I never figured out who or what it was. But one thing was certain: I wouldn't go back to Willow Creek again. It was early June when I decided to take a break from the constant noise of the city. I'd been working long hours at the office and barely had time to think. A few days in nature sounded perfect. Just me, the forest, and the calm of the outdoors. I packed up my old tent, a sleeping bag, a camp stove, and the basics for survival. After a quick Google search, I found a secluded spot near a lake, deep in the woods. I didn't care about hiking trails or nearby visitors. I just wanted peace. I drove for hours, away from the city, following small, winding roads until the signs for civilization faded. The map I had was barely readable, but I didn't mind. felt more adventurous that way. Eventually, I reached the parking area at the edge of the woods, where I could see a trail that led deeper into the forest. There was no one around. The parking lot was empty, and I felt a brief moment of unease, but I shrugged it off. I locked my car and shouldered my backpack, then started walking. The forest air was thick with the smell of pine and damp earth. I loved it. It was quiet, almost too quiet. The only sound was my boots crunching on the dirt trail. I passed an old wooden sign that said, "Welcome to Pine Hollow Forest." The name felt too perfect, like something out of a story, but I didn't think much of it. The further I walked, the more the world around me seemed to close in. The trees grew taller, their trunks thick and gnarled. Their branches tangled together, blocking out much of the sunlight. The trail was overgrown in places, but it was still passable. I felt like I was being swallowed by the forest, but in a way it was comforting. I kept moving, pushing through the thick foliage as the path twisted and turned, leading me deeper into the woods. After about an hour of hiking, I came to a small clearing near the lake. It was the spot I had been aiming for. The water was clear, though it was bordered by dense underbrush, making it feel more isolated. I set up my camp in the clearing, pitching the tent and gathering some firewood from the surrounding area. The sun was beginning to set, casting an orange glow over the landscape. The evening air was cool, and I was starting to feel the isolation in a way I hadn't expected. The sounds of the forest were growing quieter as the light began to fade. As I sat by the fire, cooking a simple dinner of beans and rice, I noticed how still everything was. The usual sounds of wildlife, birds chirping, squirrels scurrying, had all but disappeared. Even the insects were quiet. I tried to shake off the feeling that something was off, but the silence gnawed at me. When the fire had burned down to a low flicker, I crawled into my tent and settled in for the night. The rustling of the trees outside, the occasional snap of a twig, seemed to echo louder than usual. I rolled over and tried to ignore it, telling myself it was just the wind or maybe a distant animal. But the longer I lay there, the more I felt like I wasn't alone. I couldn't shake the sensation that someone, or something, was watching me. I told myself it was just my imagination. I had been cooped up in a cubicle for too long. My mind was playing tricks on me, but I couldn't help it. The stillness of the night felt wrong, like it was hiding something. The temperature dropped as the night wore on, and I pulled the sleeping bag tighter around me. My eyes fluttered closed, but I wasn't fully asleep. That's when I heard it. A soft crackling sound outside, like dry leaves being stepped on. I froze, listening intently. It wasn't the wind this time. It was too deliberate, too close. I lay there, heart pounding, barely breathing. The noise continued for a few moments, then stopped. I waited, straining to hear anything else, but the night was once again completely still. I finally allowed myself to exhale slowly, convincing myself that it was just an animal, a raccoon or deer, nothing to be concerned about. The next morning I woke early. The first light of dawn crept through the trees, and I could hear birds starting to sing. I was exhausted from the restless night, but I decided to explore the area around the lake. Maybe a little hike would calm my nerves and take my mind off the unease from the night before. I left my campsite behind and followed a narrow path that led to a thicker part of the forest. The trees here were so dense that it felt like I had stepped into another world. The air was thick and heavy, the scent of pine mingling with damp earth. I wandered for an hour or more, weaving through the undergrowth and occasionally stopping to admire the view of the lake peeking through the trees. It wasn't until I came across a small creek that I realized how far I'd gone. The water was clear, and the rocks beneath the surface gleamed in the sunlight. I knelt down to get a closer look and noticed something strange. A cluster of small, half-buried items on the creek bed. There were old, rusted tin cans, broken glass bottles, and even a few pieces of fabric. It didn't look like something you'd find in a pristine wilderness. It looked out of place. My curiosity got the best of me, and I leaned further in, reaching for a particularly large rock that seemed to have been moved. That's when I noticed the faint, sickly smell. It wasn't overpowering, but it was enough to make me pull back. I stood up and backed away, suddenly aware of how quiet everything had become again. The birds had stopped singing, and the forest felt suffocating. I quickly turned around and started heading back to camp, my mind racing. The further I walked, the more I began to feel like I wasn't alone again. That same sensation of being watched came back. I could hear the faint crunch of leaves behind me, just enough to keep my nerves on edge. When I reached the clearing, I saw something that made my blood run cold. My tent was no longer where I had left it. The area around the fire pit was disturbed. The logs I had stacked were scattered, and my sleeping bag was missing. Panic surged through me, and I sprinted to where my gear had been. Everything else was untouched. The food, the stove, the water bottles, they were all still there. But my tent, my sleeping bag, everything I'd set up for the night was gone. It felt like someone had taken it, but I couldn't understand why. I looked around the clearing again, scanning the trees, the lake, anywhere I could see. There was no movement, no sign of anyone else. But I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was close, hidden just out of view. My mind raced through possibilities, wild animals, hikers passing through. But none of it made sense. Why would they take only my tent and sleeping bag? Why leave everything else? I spent the next several hours packing up, too unnerved to stay any longer. As I made my way back to the car, I couldn't shake the unsettling feeling. Every rustle in the bushes, every snapped twig, sent my heart into overdrive. I didn't stop until I reached the parking lot and saw my car still there. I almost felt relieved, but even then, the sensation of being watched didn't leave me. As I drove out of the woods, I glanced in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see someone standing on the road behind me. But there was nothing, just the empty forest stretching out into the distance. I wasn't sure what had happened or why my camp had been disturbed. All I knew was that I wouldn't be coming back to Pine Hollow Forest. The silence, the missing tent, the strange items in the creek. It didn't add up. But one thing was clear. Something about that place didn't sit right, and I wasn't willing to find out what. It was supposed to be a weekend escape, nothing more than a break from the city noise, a chance to reconnect with nature. My friend, Mark, and I had been planning it for months. We chose a remote camping spot in the mountains, a place far enough from the usual hiking trails, where most people wouldn't bother. A place where we could relax, fish, and enjoy the silence. The area was known for its dense woods and steep hills, tucked away in the middle of nowhere. We set up our camp near a small, fast-moving creek that was said to be full of trout. There were no marked trails, no rangers, just a series of old, weather-beaten maps that showed this part of the forest as a blank spot on the grid. Perfect. It was the kind of place people would only stumble upon by accident. By the time we finished setting up the tent and unpacking our gear, the sun had already started to dip below the horizon, casting long shadows across the trees. Mark and I had agreed to keep it simple, no fancy meals or extravagant gear. We had packed the basics: a small stove, some canned food, a couple of fishing poles, and our sleeping bags. The only luxuries were a flask of whiskey and a flashlight each. We spent the rest of the evening fishing and talking, watching the sky turn a deep purple as the last light of day disappeared. The only sounds were the rustling of the trees in the breeze and the occasional splash of a fish jumping from the water. The quiet was almost oppressive, like the whole world was holding its breath. As night fell, we built a small fire, its warm glow flickering against the darkness. Mark and I sat in silence for a while, each of us lost in our thoughts. I had brought a couple of books with me, but the air was too still and the silence too heavy to focus. I didn't feel scared, at least not yet. There was something soothing about the isolation, something peaceful in the way the forest seemed to close in around us. We were far away from everything. Around midnight, Mark went to sleep, leaving me alone by the fire. I stared into the flames for what felt like hours. The crackling of the wood was the only sound I could hear, but my mind kept wandering. It wasn't that I felt uneasy exactly, I just felt off. There was something about the place that made me uneasy, like I wasn't supposed to be there, but I shrugged it off as just nerves. The night passed without incident, and the next morning came fast, with the sun climbing over the horizon and lighting up the forest in soft golden hues. The morning air was cool, but the warmth of the fire had left a comforting smell in my clothes. Mark and I spent the next few days doing the same thing. Fishing, walking along the creek, exploring the woods. We didn't venture far, there was no need. The mountains were beautiful, but there was something about the forest that didn't sit right with me. It was the way the trees seemed to stretch on forever, the underbrush thick and almost impenetrable. No matter how much we walked, it felt like we were just scratching the surface. But it wasn't until the fourth night, the one we had planned to be our last, that things started to change. It began with the noises. At first, I thought it was just the usual sounds of the forest. The branches creaking under the weight of animals moving through them, maybe a deer or a raccoon. But as the night wore on, I started to hear something else, something more deliberate. Footsteps, not the casual, random shuffle of animals, but the distinct sound of something or someone walking through the brush, following the edges of our camp. I tried to ignore it at first, telling myself that I was just imagining things. But then the footsteps grew closer, the crunching of leaves unmistakable. I turned on my flashlight, pointing it toward the trees where I thought I had heard the noise, but there was nothing, just the darkness and the occasional rustle of the wind. Mark, who had been fast asleep in the tent, didn't stir, but the hairs on the back of my neck stood up. I kept the flashlight aimed at the edge of the trees, half expecting something, or someone, to emerge. But nothing came. The forest was still. After a few minutes, I convinced myself it was just an animal. There were plenty of critters around here, after all. Maybe a bear or a large cat, curious but not threatening. I decided to ignore it and go back to my seat by the fire. But the unease remained. The next night was worse. I woke up suddenly, the chill of the air creeping into my bones. I could hear the sound again, the footsteps, closer this time, just beyond the reach of the firelight. My heart raced, and I sat up in my sleeping bag, straining to listen. There was no breeze to explain the sounds, no animals moving, just the soft, deliberate steps pacing around our camp. Mark was snoring, oblivious. I felt the weight of the silence press in around me, almost suffocating. The forest felt alive, but not in a comforting way. Something was out there watching us, moving with purpose. I grabbed my flashlight and slowly crawled out of the tent, shining the beam toward the trees. The beam flickered slightly as my hand shook. I scanned the area, my breath coming in shallow gasps, but again, nothing, just the dark, endless trees. I stood there for a few seconds, waiting for something to happen, but when nothing did, I crawled back into the tent, trying to convince myself it was all in my head. The next morning, I mentioned it to Mark. He laughed it off, claiming it was probably just a deer or a bear, nothing to worry about. But I wasn't so sure. I hadn't imagined the steps. They were too deliberate, too close. But Mark didn't seem concerned, so I didn't press the issue. The days that followed were unnerving. The footsteps continued, each night drawing closer, and I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. The air grew heavier with each passing hour, and I started to feel more and more isolated, like the forest was pushing in on us, trying to swallow us whole. Mark still didn't seem to notice anything unusual, but I couldn't escape the sensation that we weren't alone anymore. One afternoon, I decided to take a walk by myself, just to clear my head. I followed the creek upstream, hoping to find some peace away from the camp. The further I went, the more the forest seemed to close in on me. The trees grew taller and the underbrush thicker. I had to force my way through, moving aside branches and ducking under low-hanging limbs. But something about it felt wrong, as if the woods were pushing me further from safety. I came across a small clearing, a break in the trees where the sun seemed to shine a little brighter. I stopped to catch my breath, looking around at the stillness. That's when I noticed the mark on one of the trees. It was a scratch, deep and jagged, almost as if something large had clawed its way up the bark. But what caught my attention wasn't the mark itself. It was the fact that the tree was right in the middle of the clearing, and the scratch seemed fresh, still damp with sap. I stepped back, my heart pounding, and turned to leave the clearing. But before I could make it more than a few steps, I heard a rustling behind me, sharp and loud, like something large was pushing through the underbrush. I froze, my breath caught in my throat. I glanced back, and through the trees, I saw something dark moving. Not an animal, but something that seemed too large, too deliberate to be one. I didn't wait to see what it was. I ran, as fast as I could, tearing through the undergrowth, my heart pounding in my chest. I didn't stop until I was back at the camp, panting and wide-eyed. Mark was there, just finishing up some fishing gear, but when he saw my face, his expression changed. He didn't ask questions, he just started packing up our things. That night, we didn't sleep. We kept the fire going high, throwing every stick we could find into it. The footsteps were louder than ever, circling us, closing in from every side. We huddled together near the fire, both of us too scared to leave. At some point, the noises stopped. The forest fell completely silent, as if holding its breath. But we didn't move. We stayed there, watching the darkness, waiting for dawn. The first light of morning came, and with it, a strange sense of relief. We packed up and left that day. Neither of us said much on the way back down the mountain, but we didn't need to. There was no explanation for what happened up there. No logical reason for the footsteps, the sounds, or the marks on the trees. It didn't matter. We were done. We'd made it out. As we reached the edge of the woods, I looked back once more. The forest stood silent, its trees still and unmoving. Whatever had been there, whatever had watched us, was gone. But I knew one thing for sure: I'd never go back. It was supposed to be a peaceful weekend getaway. Just me, my brother Noah, and a few friends heading out to a quiet camping spot deep in the woods. No technology, no distractions, just the sound of nature and a clear sky. I had been looking forward to it for weeks, but what we encountered that night made me rethink everything I thought I knew about the wilderness. We left early on Friday morning, driving for hours to reach a place called Fox Hollow, a campsite that had been recommended by some friends of Noah. The place was located in a remote part of the forest, far away from any towns or busy roads. When we finally arrived, it felt like we had stepped into another world. The trees were tall, the air was thick with the scent of pine, and the only sound we could hear was the rustling of leaves in the wind. It was serene, almost too serene. We set up camp near a small creek that ran through the woods. There was a perfect spot for a fire ring, and we built it quickly. The sun was still high in the sky, so we decided to go for a short hike around the area before it got dark. It was a mistake. We didn't realize how deep into the forest the trail would take us. We walked for over an hour, crossing streams and navigating through thick underbrush. It was beautiful, but there was an underlying tension in the air that I couldn't shake. The trees felt too close, the shadows too long. I couldn't put my finger on it, but something was off. When we returned to camp, the sun was beginning to set. We built the fire, cracked open some beers, and settled around it, talking about everything and nothing. The crackling of the flames was comforting, and I began to relax. Noah and our friends were joking about the hike, but I couldn't help but glance around the darkening woods every now and then. The way the trees bent in the wind made the shadows dance, and for some reason, it made my skin crawl. As the night deepened, the forest seemed to come alive with sounds. A hoot from an owl in the distance, the rustling of small animals in the underbrush, and the occasional snap of a twig breaking. It was nothing unusual, yet I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. Every now and then, I thought I saw movement at the edge of the firelight, but when I looked, nothing was there. It was probably just my mind playing tricks on me. Noah, always the jokester, suggested we play a game of truth or dare. We had nothing else to do, and it seemed like a harmless way to pass the time. At first, the game was lighthearted, but as the night wore on and the fire burned lower, the dares started to get more extreme. One of our friends, Kyle, dared me to walk into the woods alone for 10 minutes. I wasn't scared, how could I be? It was just a stupid dare. I grabbed a flashlight, made a quick joke about not getting eaten by bears, and ventured into the trees. The further I went, the darker it became. The light from the campfire was barely visible now, swallowed up by the thick forest. I stayed on the trail, not wanting to get lost, but the trees were closing in around me, and the air felt thicker. At first, I thought I heard footsteps behind me. Maybe it was one of the others following me, trying to scare me. But when I stopped and turned around, I saw nothing but the emptiness of the forest. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up. I kept walking, quicker now, my breath shallow as I tried to shake the feeling of being watched. The woods had a way of making you feel small and insignificant, like you were just a passing part of something much older and much bigger than you. I was starting to feel uneasy, but I forced myself to keep going. After a few minutes, I decided to turn back. That's when I heard it, a snap of a twig, loud and sharp. I froze. I waited, listening carefully, but the sound didn't come again. I convinced myself it was just an animal, probably a deer or maybe a raccoon. I shined my flashlight around, but I saw nothing. My heart was pounding in my chest now, and I began walking faster. Then I heard something else, a low, scraping noise, like something dragging across the ground. Came from my left, from deep within the woods. It was too loud to be an animal, and it sounded wrong. I froze again, trying to control my breathing. I looked around, but there was nothing, just trees and shadows. I turned and started walking back to camp, quicker this time. My flashlight's beam flickered, and for a moment, I thought it went out. I panicked, shaking the flashlight until it sputtered back to life. My pulse was racing. I felt like I wasn't alone anymore, like something or someone was just beyond my line of sight, watching me, waiting. When I finally made it back to camp, my friends were laughing, but I could tell they were getting tired. The fire had died down to embers, and the cold of the night was starting to seep into my bones. I didn't tell them about the strange noises, not at first. I didn't want to sound paranoid. The night dragged on, and we eventually all turned in. I tried to sleep, but every creak of the tent and every distant crack of a twig kept me awake. I kept hearing that scraping sound again, only now it seemed closer. I pulled the blanket over my head, trying to ignore it. I don't know when I finally fell asleep, but I woke up with a start in the middle of the night. Something was outside our tent. I could hear it faintly scraping against the ground. It sounded too deliberate to be an animal. I held my breath, straining to listen. The noise was getting closer. I knew I had to check. My heart was thumping in my chest as I unzipped the tent quietly, trying not to wake anyone. The flashlight was still on the ground next to me, and I grabbed it quickly. When I stepped outside, I scanned the area, but the woods were silent. I walked toward the fire ring, where only a few glowing embers remained. The air felt colder now, and the night was completely still. The only sound was the wind, but even that seemed muffled. I took a few more steps, but then something caught my eye. There, just beyond the circle of firelight, I saw something move, a shadow shifting between the trees. It wasn't an animal, and it wasn't a person. It was something else, something I couldn't quite make out, but it was watching me. I didn't wait around to figure out what it was. I turned and sprinted back to the tent, my mind racing. When I crawled back inside, I tried to wake Noah, but I couldn't bring myself to say anything. I just lay there, wide awake, listening to the silence of the night. The next morning, we packed up and left early. Nobody mentioned the strange noises or the shadow I had seen. We all pretended like nothing had happened, but I could see the unease in everyone's eyes. It was like the forest had gotten into our heads, made us question what was real and what wasn't. We didn't talk about Fox Hollow again, but every time I look at the woods, every time I hear a branch crack in the distance, I remember that feeling, the feeling of being watched, and I know I'll never be the same. I was 32 years old when I decided to take a solo camping trip deep into the woods of northern Minnesota. It was the fall of 2021. I had just quit a job I hated, ended a long relationship, and I needed to be alone for a while. Really alone. I didn't want a crowded campground with noisy families or packed trails. I wanted silence. I wanted that hum of the forest you only get when you're truly in the middle of nowhere. I planned the trip for weeks. I picked a location far from the usual sites, a stretch of national forest near the Canadian border, not too far from a little town called Crane Lake. Most people only pass through there to get to the boundary waters. I wasn't interested in paddling though. I wanted to hike deep into the forest, set up camp miles from any road, and spend a week clearing my head. I packed light but carefully. A single-person tent, a sleeping bag rated for cold nights, a small stove, a water filter, a GPS, a map and compass, a knife, and just enough food. I brought a solar charger for my phone, but I wasn't expecting service. I told my sister where I was going, gave her my full route, and promised to check in when I got back. I always thought I was careful, not paranoid, just prepared. I parked my car on a barely used logging road, the kind that looked like it hadn't seen traffic in a decade. From there, I hiked in with my pack, following an old trail I'd mapped out. It was barely a trail anymore, more like an overgrown path of matted grass and dry branches. After 5 miles, the trees closed in, and the air changed. It smelled wet and earthy, and I barely heard the wind anymore. Just the sounds of birds, the occasional squirrel rustling through leaves, and my boots crunching the undergrowth. I made camp near a shallow creek. The spot was perfect, flat with a few fallen logs to sit on, and far enough from the water to avoid bugs. I set up my tent, filtered some water, and boiled it for a simple meal. That first night, I felt completely calm. It was cold, but I was warm in my bag. I slept harder than I had in months. The second day was uneventful. I spent the day walking small trails I found nearby, following deer tracks, identifying trees, enjoying the quiet. I saw a couple of foxes, a bald eagle overhead, even some bear scat, but no actual bears. I was careful with my food, always kept it in a bear canister far from the tent. I double-checked every night. On the third night, things started to feel off. I'd gone a little farther that day, trying to make it to a small lake I'd seen on my map. It was about 7 miles north of where I camped. I didn't bring all my gear, just a small day pack with food and water. The hike there was rough. The trail disappeared in parts, and I had to push through thick brush. When I got to the lake, it was smaller than I expected. The water was dark, almost black, and the trees crowded in around it. I didn't stay long. When I got back to my camp, I felt strange. Not scared exactly, just unsettled. The site looked the same. Tent untouched, food container sealed, but something felt different. I couldn't explain it, like the forest was watching me. I shook it off, told myself it was just my mind playing tricks after the long hike. That night, I had trouble sleeping. I kept hearing things outside the tent. Not animal sounds, not the usual rustling. These were heavier, deliberate, like footsteps. I told myself it was a deer, maybe even a bear, though that would have been rare. I unzipped the tent and flashed my headlamp outside. Nothing, just trees and darkness. I stayed awake for hours, listening, gripping my knife inside my sleeping bag, but eventually I drifted off. In the morning, I walked around the camp. I found nothing. No tracks, no signs of animals. I tried to forget it, ate a quick breakfast, filtered more water, and decided to hike again, this time in the other direction. But not more than an hour into the hike, I found something that stopped me cold. About 50 feet off the trail, I spotted a shape in the trees. At first, I thought it was an animal, maybe a deer lying down. But as I got closer, I realized it was a backpack. Old, faded, half covered in leaves. It looked like it had been there for years. The zippers were rusted. The fabric was torn. I opened it. Inside, I found a crumbling map, a small metal pan, and a notebook, soaked and unreadable. No ID, nothing else. That discovery should have made me turn around, pack up and head back to my car. But I didn't. I told myself someone had gotten lost and ditched it years ago. The forest swallows things. Still, it stuck with me. I kept imagining someone sitting in the same spot I was years ago, thinking they were alone. That night, the sounds came back. Louder this time, twigs snapping. Not close, but not far either. I stayed absolutely still. No light, no movement, just listening. And then I heard breathing. Heavy, slow breathing. far off but clear. I know what animals sound like. This wasn't an animal. I stayed awake until dawn. In the morning, I walked the perimeter of the camp again. Still no tracks, nothing, but I knew what I heard. I wasn't imagining it. I decided I'd had enough. I packed my things and started heading back toward the car. I wasn't panicking, but I was alert. Every sound made me flinch. Every gust of wind felt like something moving behind me. I hiked fast. I made it about halfway back before I stopped to rest. I drank some water, leaned against a tree, and looked around. That's when I saw it, high up on a tree, maybe 10 feet off the ground. A mark. A long, deep gash, like someone had taken a blade and carved into the bark. It wasn't a natural break. It was deliberate. Below it, I found another old backpack, torn apart. Nothing inside but some scraps of fabric. I didn't rest again. I kept moving, but I noticed things as I went. Broken branches that didn't look natural, piles of rocks that seemed arranged intentionally, and at one point, a piece of blue tarp, shredded, caught high in a tree. My stomach was in knots. By the time I saw my car, the sun was low. I practically ran the last mile. But when I reached the clearing, I stopped dead. My car door was open. I hadn't left it that way. I approached slowly, heart racing. I looked inside. Everything was still there. My extra gear, my phone charger, a few wrappers in the console, but the glove box was open. Papers were scattered on the floor. Someone had been inside. I didn't waste time. I got in, locked the doors, started the engine, and drove. I didn't stop until I reached a gas station near or 2 hours south. I used their bathroom, washed my face, and sat in the car for a long time. I checked my phone. No service. I drove until I reached a small hotel. I didn't go home that night. I didn't even call anyone. I just sat on the bed and stared at the wall, trying to make sense of it. The next day, I reported everything to the local ranger station. I told them about the sounds, the backpacks, the markings on trees, the break-in. They took notes, nodded, asked me to mark locations on a map, but they didn't seem surprised. One of them, a guy in his 50s, just said the woods are big, and some people go out there and don't want to be found. That sentence haunted me. I never found out who had been out there with me. No reports came out about missing persons, no updates about found camps. But I know what I heard. I know someone was out there, and I wasn't supposed to see them. After that trip, I never camped alone again. I still go on hikes, still love the woods, but I stay on marked trails now. I stick close to people. That feeling of being watched, of being followed, never fully left me. I tell people the wilderness is beautiful, peaceful, cleansing, but it's also vast, unforgiving, and not everything you run into out there wants to be found. Some things and some people live just far enough off the trail that they stay hidden. But they see you, and if you get too close, they let you know. I had just turned 30 that summer in 2017, and I was already burnt out from work, even though I wasn't that far into my career. I worked in IT, nothing flashy, just network troubleshooting for mid-sized companies around the Ohio area. I didn't hate it, but after months of screen time, office coffee, and back-to-back emails, I was dying for something quiet, far from all the noise. I remembered how peaceful my childhood trips to Wayne National Forest had been. Camping with my uncle, fishing in the creeks, hearing nothing but the sound of birds and leaves. So I planned a solo trip. For days out in the woods, just me, some supplies, and no signal. I wanted something real again. Something that didn't come with a glowing screen. I drove out early on a Wednesday. My car, a dusty old Civic, was packed tight, sleeping bag, one-man tent, basic camping gear, a couple of knives, a flashlight, dry food, a few protein bars, and 3 large water jugs. I also brought a metal pot and a little foldable stove. It wasn't fancy, but I wasn't going to eat raw pine cones either. By late morning, I was hiking deep into the forest, past the areas where families usually set up camp. I wanted isolation, and that's exactly what I got. After about 4 hours of steady walking, I found a good flat patch surrounded by tall trees with a small clearing up ahead. The grass was thick but dry. There were no signs anyone had been there in a while. No wrappers, no footprints, nothing. That's what sold it for me. I set up the tent under a large elm tree, set my gear in a circle, and hung a little orange marker on a low branch so I could find the spot again if I wandered. It was almost 3 p.m. by then. I made a quick cup of instant coffee and sat quietly, just watching the leaves move. It was so quiet. No sirens, no people, just the woods breathing. That night, I cooked a small dinner, just rice and some canned beans, and watched the sky go dark. I had no fire because I didn't want to attract attention, human or animal. I just had my flashlight and a headlamp. I slept surprisingly well that first night, the only sound being crickets and a light breeze. Day 2 started easy. I spent the morning walking a little farther past the clearing, trying to find a good spot to maybe fish or just explore. There wasn't any water nearby, but I found some cool old tree stumps with moss so thick it looked like carpet. I saw some deer tracks too, maybe a couple days old, but no large predators, no signs of bears or anything. Felt safe. Around 4 p.m., I headed back to camp. That's when I noticed something strange. A pile of small stones arranged in a circle near the path leading into the clearing. I was 99% sure it hadn't been there before. They were small, round stones, too smooth to have just fallen that way. At first, I thought maybe some kid or hiker had made it, but the placement was weird, right in the middle of the path like someone wanted me to see it. I walked around it and kept going. I didn't touch the stones. That night, I had a harder time sleeping. Around 2 a.m., I heard what I thought were slow, heavy steps just outside the tent. Not a deer, not soft like a fox. These were thudding, uneven, and they stopped right outside the tent wall. I lay there frozen, holding the knife I kept under my sleeping bag. I didn't breathe. I waited. After what felt like 10 minutes, the steps moved again. Slowly, away from me. No sniffing, no rustling, just walking, then silence. When the sun came up, I got out of the tent and looked around. No footprints. The ground was too hard-packed, but I felt watched. I kept scanning the trees. I told myself it could have been a raccoon, maybe something heavier, but I knew raccoons didn't walk that way. On day 3, I debated leaving. I really did, but I told myself I was being paranoid. It was probably just an animal, and I didn't want to ruin the trip over one weird night. So I stayed. I stayed, and I made the worst mistake of the whole trip. I wandered. I walked farther than I had the first day, heading south toward where the hills got steeper. I didn't mark my trail as well as I should have. I used a few sticks and some torn cloth from an old shirt, but I didn't pace it out. I didn't keep mental notes. I got cocky. By the time I turned back, the sun was already low, and everything started looking the same. Same trees, same moss, same slope. I started jogging, then walking fast. I was sweating hard. My head started pounding. I wasn't panicking, but I wasn't calm either. Finally, I spotted the orange marker on the branch. Relief hit like a wave. I laughed out loud. But when I stepped into the clearing, I stopped cold. Everything had been moved. My tent was still there, but my gear had been rearranged. My pot was hanging from the branch above the tent. My water jugs were placed in a triangle around the fire pit I hadn't made. My knife was stuck upright in the soil near my sleeping bag. No footprints, no trash, nothing missing, just moved. I stood there for a long time, scanning the trees again. Every instinct in me said leave, but the sun was almost gone, and I knew I couldn't hike out safely in the dark. I made the decision to stay one more night, keep the knife on me, and leave at first light. I didn't even eat. I just zipped the tent and lay there, eyes wide open. That night, I didn't sleep at all. At around 3 a.m., I heard breathing. Not animal panting, not a snort or a growl, just slow, human-like breathing coming from behind the tent. I held the knife tight, heart pounding so loud I was sure it could hear it. I wanted to shine the flashlight, but I didn't want to give away my exact spot. I lay there completely still for over an hour. The breathing would stop, then come back. Once, it moved to the side of the tent. I thought I saw a shadow pass against the thin wall, but I couldn't be sure. By morning, it was gone. The moment I saw light coming through the tent wall, I bolted out, packed what I could, and didn't even collapse the tent. I left it. I grabbed the essentials and started speed hiking north, back toward the car. But I didn't make it far. Not because of injury or exhaustion, but because the trail was gone. I followed the same slope, the same bend in the trees, but the marker I'd made on the third tree, 2 stones stacked on a mossy stump, wasn't there. The split tree with the carved bark? Gone. Or maybe it was a different tree. I kept walking. 2 hours passed, then 3, then 5. My water was half gone, and I'd eaten nothing. Around 4 p.m., I stumbled into a different clearing. Smaller, tighter trees. In the center was another triangle made of stones, just like the one from day 2. But in this one, in the center, was something that froze my blood cold. It was a photograph. My photograph. The same one I kept in my wallet. A childhood picture of me and my mom, taken in 1994 at a county fair. She was holding cotton candy. I had a cowboy hat on. That photo had never left my wallet. But my wallet was still in my bag. I opened it. The photo was gone. The one in the clearing was slightly torn, folded once with some dirt on the corner, but it was the same one. That was the first time I seriously considered that someone had been inside my tent, had gone through my stuff, that they'd followed me through the woods, that they were watching me now. I didn't scream. I didn't run. I picked up the photo, slipped it into my pocket, and backed out of the clearing. I started walking slowly, listening for every snap of a twig. 2 more hours passed, and I finally heard something new. Water. A creek. I ran toward it, stumbling and slipping. When I reached the bank, I dropped to my knees and drank straight from it, then filled my last jug. I followed the creek downstream, hoping it would lead to a road or trail. I walked until the sky turned pink, then orange, then dark. And then I saw it, headlights. Through a break in the trees, maybe half a mile ahead, I saw moving lights. I ran until my legs gave out. The trees broke open onto a narrow gravel road, where a pickup truck was parked. An old man in a hunting vest was setting something in the bed. I didn't ask anything. I just waved both arms, breathing hard. He looked up, surprised. He didn't ask questions. He just nodded, helped me into the truck, and drove me back to a ranger station 10 miles out. I reported everything, every detail. The tent, the stones, the photo. They found my campsite 2 days later. The tent had been slashed. My gear was missing, but there were no footprints, no fingerprints, no DNA, nothing, just the empty triangle of stones. I never found out who was out there with me, but someone was. Someone who didn't want me there. Someone who knew how to move quietly, who watched from a distance, who could get into a zipped tent and out without a sound. I haven't gone camping since, and I never will again. My name's Darren. This happened in 2016 when I was 31. I was living in Boise, Idaho at the time. I had just come out of a really rough stretch, breakup, stress at work, and a general feeling that life was starting to pile up on me. I worked in software development, so I spent most of my days sitting in front of a screen, breathing stale office air, barely seeing the outside. That kind of routine gets under your skin after a while. I needed to unplug, go somewhere remote, and just breathe a little. That's why I planned a solo camping trip. I wanted to get out into nature, push myself a bit, and feel something different. I wasn't a complete amateur. I'd done a few overnight hikes before, and I knew how to handle myself in the woods. I had the gear, I had the maps, and I had the time. What I didn't have was any real plan beyond getting away. I just wanted space, quiet, and a few nights under the stars. I picked the Selway Bitterroot Wilderness on the Idaho-Montana border. It's one of the largest roadless areas in the US. I chose it for that reason. Big, quiet, remote. Not many people, lots of trails, and endless miles of dense forest, rivers, and rugged mountain paths. I packed up my gear, tent, sleeping bag, food for 5 days, bear spray, a decent knife, a compass, waterproof matches, a small pot for boiling water, water purification tablets, and a Garmin GPS. I kept a paper map just in case. I also brought a solar charger for my GPS and phone, though I didn't expect service once I got deep enough. I left on a Wednesday morning in early September. The drive from Boise to the trailhead took about 6 hours. I parked in a gravel lot that was almost empty except for a rusted-out SUV and a Forest Service truck. It was sunny and warm, perfect weather for hiking. I planned to do a big loop, up through Moose Creek, down across Burnt Knob, and then back out through the East Fork Trail. About 35 miles total, with some steep climbs and rough stretches. I figured 4 nights, 5 days max. The first day was peaceful. I hiked around 10 miles before setting up camp near a small creek. The forest was thick, massive pine trees rising into the sky, the air rich with the scent of sap and dirt. Every so often I'd see a deer dart through the brush or hear birds rustling overhead. That night I ate freeze-dried beef stew, sat by my little campfire, and stared up at the stars for a while. It was the kind of quiet that sinks deep into your chest. I felt good. I slept better than I had in weeks. The second day was more challenging. The trail climbed hard, and my pack started to feel heavier with every step. I was moving slow, stopping often to drink water or catch my breath. Around mid-afternoon, I saw something that made me stop. Just off the trail, maybe 20 yards into the trees, was an old wooden sign nailed to a tree. It was weathered and cracked, almost falling apart. The lettering had faded, but I could still make out most of it. Miner's Path, 2.4 miles. I hadn't seen it on any of my maps. I pulled out my paper copy and checked again. Nothing. I checked the GPS, no trail marked there either. Just dense forest. I stood there for a while, staring at the path beyond the sign. It wasn't much of a trail anymore. Just a narrow, overgrown line of dirt winding between the trees. It looked like it hadn't been used in decades, but I was curious. It wasn't part of my original plan, but something about it pulled me in. Maybe it was the name, or maybe it was just the way the light hit the trees down that path, casting long, soft shadows. I don't know. I decided I'd check it out, maybe follow it for a bit, and then double back to the main trail. I should have turned around the moment I stepped off that main path. The trail was rough and narrow, almost impossible to follow in places. It twisted through thick underbrush, climbing slowly upward. The further I went, the darker it got. Not from the time of day, but from the trees getting closer together. The canopy thickened above me, blocking out the sun. After about 45 minutes, I found an old wooden structure. It looked like the remains of a small cabin or maybe a tool shed. The walls were mostly collapsed, and the roof had caved in long ago. Moss covered everything. Nearby, I saw a rusted-out wheelbarrow and the broken handle of a pickaxe. It really was a miner's path once. That explained the sign. Probably a forgotten spur trail to an old claim or worksite. I snapped a few pictures on my phone and sat down for a break. I thought about turning back then, but I didn't. I wanted to see what was further up the trail. I kept telling myself I'd turn around soon. I hiked for another half hour, maybe more. Then I realized the trail was gone. It didn't fade gradually, it just stopped. One moment I was walking on a narrow path. The next I was standing in thick brush with no clear way forward. I turned around to backtrack, but when I did, nothing looked familiar. The trees looked the same in every direction. The broken shed was nowhere in sight. I retraced my steps, heart starting to pound a little now, but I couldn't find the trail again. I must have wandered off it without noticing. I wasn't panicking yet. I pulled out my GPS. It showed my location, but there was no trail marked, so I didn't know which way would get me back to the main route. I tried to follow the GPS south, hoping that would intersect the main loop. I walked for an hour in that direction, but the forest just kept getting thicker, the ground uneven and full of tangled roots and fallen logs. Eventually I hit a steep drop, a ridge that fell off sharply into a ravine. I couldn't go further without risking a fall. I had to find another way. That night I set up camp in a small clearing, even though I had no idea where I was. I didn't light a fire, didn't want to attract anything. I ate a protein bar and sat quietly, listening to the woods. Every crack of a branch made me jump. I barely slept. The third day was worse. I tried going back the way I came, but the forest wouldn't let me. It sounds strange to say that, but that's what it felt like. I'd think I was retracing my steps and then end up in a completely different place. More collapsed trees, unfamiliar formations of rocks, patches of dense ferns I hadn't seen before. Sometime in the early afternoon, I found a plastic bottle on the ground. It was old and cloudy, but it didn't look like it had been out there for more than a few years. That gave me hope. Maybe someone had come through here more recently. Maybe I wasn't as deep in as I thought. But then I found the camp. It was small, barely more than a few sticks arranged like a lean-to against a tree. There was an old tarp crumpled on the ground and a metal pot half buried in the dirt. It looked abandoned but not ancient. There was a ripped backpack nearby, the fabric shredded like something had clawed through it. Inside were torn clothes, a crushed lighter, and a moldy paperback book. There was no sign of the person who left it. That was the moment I started to feel real fear. Not just anxiety, but something deeper. I wasn't alone. Someone else had been out here. Maybe they got out. Maybe they didn't. That night I heard movement near my tent. Soft footsteps, slow and deliberate. I held my knife tight and didn't make a sound. The steps circled my tent, then stopped. I waited, barely breathing. After what felt like forever, they moved off again. I didn't sleep at all. The fourth day, I moved fast. I didn't eat, just packed up and kept going, trying to follow the sun. I thought if I kept heading west, I'd eventually hit a trail or a road. I saw bear scat and claw marks on trees. I heard something large moving through the brush at one point and crouched down behind a fallen log until it passed. I never saw it. By late afternoon, I found a narrow stream and followed it. Streams mean water, and water sometimes leads to roads or campsites. I walked along that stream for hours until I saw something that made me drop to my knees. A plastic trail marker. It was faded and dirty, but it was there, bright orange with black lettering, nailed to a tree. I followed it and found another, then another. After about a mile, I came out onto a real trail, wide, maintained, and familiar. I recognized it from my first day. I made it back to the main loop. I was still miles from my car, but I didn't care. I cried a little. I hiked another 6 miles that evening, even after dark, using my flashlight until the batteries started to go. I made camp again near a marked site, and this time I slept with my knife on my chest and my bear spray in my hand. The 5th day, I hiked all the way back to the trailhead. My car was there, untouched. The Forest Service truck was gone. When I got home, I looked up every map I could find. That miner's path wasn't listed anywhere. No mention online, no GPS trails, nothing. I even called the local ranger station and asked about it. They said they'd never heard of it. I haven't been camping since. Not alone. Not in deep woods. Sometimes I still dream about that path. The way the light bent around the trees. The way the trail vanished. But the worst dream is the one where I hear those footsteps again. Slow, deliberate, circling my tent in the dark. And I never find out who they belong to. It was late September 2016 when I decided to take a solo camping trip. I had just turned 32 a week earlier, and I'd been feeling overwhelmed with work and life in general. I was managing logistics at a warehouse company in Detroit, and the stress had been building for months. I wanted to get away from the noise, from people, from the constant pressure of emails and schedules. I didn't want a resort or a fancy lodge. I wanted trees, dirt, cold air, and silence. I picked northern Michigan, not quite the Upper Peninsula, but still deep enough into the woods that I could feel isolated. I drove up from the city with a packed SUV, tent, sleeping bag, water jugs, freeze-dried food, small stove, knife, first aid kit, map, compass, the works. I'd done a few weekend trips before, nothing extreme, but I was careful and I prepared for everything I could think of. The plan was to hike into the Huron-Manistee National Forest and camp for 5 days. The area wasn't as heavily trafficked as some other parks, and that was the appeal. I studied topographic maps for a week and marked out a trail I wanted to follow, starting from a small lot near a dirt road, hiking around a large lake called Carter Lake, then looping south and circling back through denser forest. It was about 28 miles in total. I planned to hike a little each day, maybe 6 to 7 miles, and set up camp early each evening. I arrived on a Tuesday morning. The lot was empty, which was exactly what I wanted. The sky was gray, not stormy but thick with clouds, and the air had that damp smell of wet leaves and pine needles. I left a note in my car with my expected return date in case something happened. I turned off my phone and locked it in the glove box. By noon, I was on the trail. The first day was easy. Cool breeze. No bugs, just a steady crunch of leaves under my boots. The forest was beautiful, mostly tall pines and birch trees with some thick underbrush in places. I saw a couple deer, some squirrels, and what I thought might have been a fox darting through the brush. I followed the trail markers carefully, and by around 4 p.m., I found a flat area near a ridge that overlooked part of Carter Lake. I set up camp, cooked a small meal of rice and beef from one of those vacuum-sealed packs, and sat on a fallen log watching the sun dip below the trees. I slept well that night, bundled in layers. It was quiet except for the occasional rustle of wind and the distant hoot of an owl. The next morning, I packed up and continued east, sticking to my planned route. The trail curved down toward the lake, then into thicker woods. I didn't see another person. No other tents, no signs of other hikers. I liked that. I liked the sense that I was totally alone in something massive and uncaring. It reminded me how small I was. Around midday, I stopped near a rocky stream to rest. I ate some jerky, filtered more water, and checked the map. I was on track. Then I made a mistake. The trail split and the markers weren't clear. One sign was old, its arrow cracked and pointing somewhere between left and straight. I remembered this fork from the map. It was supposed to veer right, toward the southern part of the lake. But the actual terrain didn't look like what I'd studied. I second-guessed myself and took the left path. It looked like a real trail. It was narrow, but still trodden. I figured maybe it was just a less traveled section. Maybe it'd reconnect with the main loop. I walked another mile, then another. The trees started to close in. The ground got uneven. The markers disappeared. I stopped and checked my compass. It said I was heading northeast, which wasn't right. I should have been going southeast by now. I stood still for a minute, listening. It was quiet, too quiet. The air felt heavier here. The sky above was darker now, even though it wasn't late yet. I realized I'd gone off trail, probably over an hour ago. I turned around. Except when I walked back, things didn't look the same. The trees all blended together. I looked for broken twigs, footprints, anything to retrace my steps. Nothing stood out. I kept walking, trying not to panic, but a knot was forming in my stomach. By 4 p.m., I admitted it. I was lost. I had enough food and water. I had a compass and a basic GPS device, but no signal. My map didn't help because I wasn't sure where I'd gone wrong. I told myself I'd just set up camp and figure it out in the morning. I found a small clearing near some boulders and made camp. I kept the fire small. That night, I didn't sleep well. I kept hearing things. Not animals, but distant cracks, branches snapping. Once, something heavy rustled in the brush about 50 feet away. I sat up with my flashlight, aiming it toward the trees, but saw nothing. I told myself it was a deer. The third day started cold. My fingers were stiff. I tried to backtrack again, but nothing looked familiar. I followed the compass south, hoping it'd lead me to the lake or to a trail. Around noon, I found something strange. It was a tree with deep scratches in the bark. Not claw marks. More like someone had carved into it with a knife. Lines like tally marks, for vertical lines with a fifth slashed through them. Then another set, and another. It looked recent. I stared at it for a while, then kept walking. A couple hours later, I found another tree like it. That's when the fear really started. I wasn't just lost. I was somewhere I shouldn't be. The trees thickened again, and I came across what looked like a makeshift hunting blind. Old, partly collapsed, built from branches and a tarp. It was abandoned, but there were rusted cans on the ground, old wrappers, and what looked like animal bones. Maybe deer. I didn't stay long. That night, I didn't make a fire. I didn't want to be seen. I barely ate. I lay awake in my sleeping bag, knife in hand, every muscle tense. Around 2 a.m., I heard it. Heavy footsteps. Not running. Not crashing through the forest. Just slow, steady steps. I held my breath. They stopped. I waited. Then came another snap of a twig. Closer. I stayed frozen. My flashlight was in my bag, but I didn't dare move. The steps circled. Then silence. I didn't sleep. When the sun finally rose, I packed up and moved fast. I followed the compass south again, bushwhacking through dense brush, slipping on wet rocks. My hands were scraped, my knees bruised. I started shouting, just to make noise, hoping someone might hear me, but there was no answer, only birds scattering. Around late afternoon, I saw something ahead, a structure, not a cabin, more like a shack. Small, made from rotting wood and rusted tin sheets. I approached slowly, heart pounding. There were no windows, just a door hanging off one hinge. Inside, it stank of mold and something else, old meat maybe. There were more bones in a pile. Some looked like animal, some didn't. A blue tarp was nailed over part of the wall, and in the corner was a torn backpack with a ripped strap. It wasn't mine. I backed out slowly and kept moving. I didn't know who had built that place or who had left the backpack, but I didn't want to find out. That night, I walked until it was too dark to see. I didn't set up a tent. I just huddled under a fallen tree, wrapped in my sleeping bag, cold and shaking. I kept the knife in my hand all night. I don't remember falling asleep, but when I woke up, it was light. I forced myself up and started walking again, still heading south. My legs were weak, my throat dry. I was out of water and nearly out of food. Around noon, I heard it, an engine. I froze. Then another sound, metal clanking. I pushed through the trees and found a logging road. And there, maybe 300 feet away, was a truck. A real truck. Parked, engine running, with two guys in orange vests standing beside it. I stumbled out, waving both arms. I must have looked insane, dirty, bleeding, wild-eyed. They saw me and ran over. One of them radioed for help. They gave me water, then sat me down on a crate in the back of the truck while they waited. Turns out, I'd wandered nearly 12 miles off any marked trail. They said that area was private land, old logging territory, not patrolled or maintained. The shack, they told me, wasn't the first one found out there. Hunters and vagrants had built all kinds of weird shelters over the years. Some had been used by poachers. Some had worse rumors around them. They drove me to the nearest ranger station. From there, I got cleaned up and made a few calls. I didn't tell anyone the full story, just that I'd gotten lost, went the wrong way, and was lucky to find the road. I drove back home that same night. It's been 9 years now. I haven't gone camping since. I still think about the tally marks on the tree. I still wonder who made them and what they meant. And sometimes, when I lie awake at night, I still hear those footsteps in the dark. I was 31 when I took that trip in the fall of 2018. I remember the year clearly because it was a strange time in my life. I had just left a job I hated, broken up with someone I should have left long before, and felt like I was drifting between places and decisions. I needed a break from the city noise, the people, the chaos. So I packed up my old Chevy Trailblazer and headed north from Louisville into the southern edges of Indiana, hoping to find some space to clear my head. I didn't have a specific campground in mind. I just wanted to go deep into nature where I wouldn't see another person for a few days. I'd done some hiking and solo camping before, so I wasn't a rookie, but I wasn't exactly Bear Grylls either. I brought the basics: tent, sleeping bag, cook stove, water filtration system, small hatchet, flashlight, 2 knives, some freeze-dried food, first aid kit, and a paper map of the Hoosier National Forest, just in case my phone lost service. I drove out on a Friday morning, the last week of October. The air had that sharp chill in it, but not quite winter yet. Trees were still dropping red and gold leaves. I drove for hours along empty roads that narrowed into cracked lanes, past small towns with boarded-up shops and gas stations with faded paint. The kind of places where you see one car every 20 minutes. Eventually, I found myself on Route 12, a road that barely looked like it was still maintained, with thick woods pressing in close on both sides. There wasn't much reception, so I checked my paper map and found a place marked as Morgan Ridge Trail, a lesser-known spot that branched off from the main road and looped deep into the forest. No ranger stations nearby, no established campgrounds, just a trail and scattered signs of old paths. Perfect. I parked at the start of the trail where a faded wooden sign leaned at an angle, letters half rotted off. The lot was just a dirt patch with space for maybe 2 cars. Mine was the only one. I locked up what I didn't need and set out on foot, heading into the woods with my pack snug on my shoulders. The trail was rougher than I expected. It hadn't been maintained in years, clearly. Leaves covered the ground and made the path slippery in places. I walked for about 3 hours before I found a good spot. A little rise next to a shallow creek, backed by a thick wall of pine trees. I could see far enough in all directions to feel safe, but still felt tucked away from anything or anyone. I set up camp, pitched the tent, unpacked some gear, got a small fire going with deadfall. I boiled water from the creek, added a purification tab, and let it sit while I walked around a bit to get a lay of the land. There was no trash, no sign of other campers. It felt untouched. That first night was quiet. Too quiet, actually. No distant cars, no planes overhead, no dogs barking. Just the sound of wind through the trees and the occasional snapping twig. It should have felt peaceful, but it made me feel exposed. Vulnerable. Sometime around midnight, I heard something crunch outside my tent. It wasn't wind. It was distinct, rhythmic, something walking. I held my breath and stayed still. The footsteps were slow, moving around the perimeter of the tent. Not in a circle, more like back and forth, stopping, starting again. It went on for what felt like 20 minutes. I didn't have the nerve to unzip the tent or shine my light. Eventually, the sound faded into the distance. In the morning, I stepped outside and scanned the area. No animal prints. No human prints either, which was strange considering how dry the ground had been. Just leaves. I chalked it up to nerves. Maybe it was a deer or some other wildlife. But the pacing, that didn't sit right. I spent most of that second day walking the area around camp, maybe 5 or 6 miles worth of ground. I followed the creek upstream, climbed a rocky outcrop to get a better view. I found what looked like the remains of an old hunting blind in the trees, the wood all gray and cracked, barely holding together. Nothing recent. Still, I kept an eye out for any sign of other people. There was none. Just me, the forest, and whatever was living in it. That night, things got worse. Around 1 a.m., I was woken by the sound of rustling again. This time, it wasn't just footsteps. It sounded like something brushing against my tent. Light at first, then harder, like a hand dragging along the fabric. I stayed frozen, knife in my hand, barely breathing. Then I heard a sharp click, like the sound of metal on metal. Then nothing. I stayed awake until dawn, sitting up, listening, waiting. When I stepped out in the morning, I found something that made my stomach drop. A small length of wire, fishing line maybe, was stretched between 2 trees near the edge of my camp. It hadn't been there the day before. It was thin, hard to see unless you were looking for it. It was at ankle height. A trip line. This wasn't an animal. Someone had been here. I packed up camp as fast as I could, adrenaline pushing me to move. I debated going back the way I came, but something told me not to. What if someone was waiting, watching the trail? So I decided to cut north, using the map to find an old logging road that connected back to a side exit of Route 12. It would be longer, maybe 7 miles, but I figured it was safer than going back the way I came. I started hiking, staying off the trail, cutting through brush and weaving between trees. It was slow going. The forest felt denser. I kept checking behind me, convinced I was being followed. Every broken twig made me stop. Every bird that flew up startled me. At one point, I found another tripwire, this one looped between a branch and a stump, but not attached to anything. Just there, like bait, like someone wanted me to touch it. I didn't stop for lunch, just kept moving, heart pounding, feet aching. My boots were soaked from a muddy stretch near a ravine. I climbed up a slope and saw the logging road below, an overgrown cut through the woods, barely visible. I almost cried in relief, but as I started down the hill toward it, I saw something move across the road. Just a shadow, fast, too fast to tell if it was a person or animal. I dropped behind a fallen log and waited, heart hammering. Nothing else moved, no sound. I waited maybe 10 minutes, then kept going, low and quiet, eyes scanning every inch. When I finally reached the road, it was dusk. Light was fading fast, and I still had a few miles to go. I walked fast but stayed off the center, keeping to the edge behind trees. The road was quiet, overgrown in places, but definitely used at some point in the last few years. There were ruts from old tires, maybe a truck or ATV. Then I saw the cabin. It was just off the road, tucked behind a stand of trees. No lights, but smoke drifted from the chimney. Fresh smoke. Someone was in there. I dropped down again, heart in my throat. I didn't move, just watched. I didn't hear voices, didn't see anyone step outside. But someone had to be in there. A part of me wanted to go ask for help, but everything in me screamed not to. Something about the place felt wrong. The windows were boarded. The door looked like it had been reinforced with sheet metal. Not normal. I circled wide around the cabin, moving slowly, carefully. I didn't even want to breathe. My boots crunched once on some loose gravel, and I froze. No response. I kept going until I was sure I was far enough, then booked it. I didn't stop until I reached the edge of the forest and saw my car. It was dark now, but I didn't care. I ran the last 100 feet, unlocked it with shaking hands, and got inside, locking the doors. I sat there for 10 minutes before starting the engine, just staring into the woods behind me. I didn't see anyone, but I knew someone had been there. On the drive home, I kept checking my rearview mirror, half expecting to see headlights following me. But the roads were empty. I didn't report it. I don't know why. Part of me didn't want to go back, even in words. And what would I say? That I found some wires and saw a cabin? No real proof of anything illegal. But I knew what I felt. I knew I wasn't alone out there. Someone was stalking that forest, setting up traps, watching. After I got home, I put away all my camping gear and didn't touch it again for over a year. I slept with a knife under my pillow for weeks. The sound of leaves outside my window made me jump. Took time to settle back into normal life. But I never forgot. Every now and then, I look up Morgan Ridge Trail on satellite maps. The trail is still there, faint. And if you zoom in close enough, just north of the bend where I left the path, you can still see the outline of a roof, barely visible under the trees. I don't know who lives there, and I never want to find out. I was 32 when I decided to take a solo camping trip deep into the mountains of northern Idaho. This was in late September of 2017, just after the tourist crowd started thinning out and before the real cold settled in. I had always found that time of year to be the most peaceful. Clear skies, crisp air, and the smell of dry pine everywhere. I wanted to get away from everything for a while. Work had been choking me out slowly. I had spent the past few months glued to screens in an office building with no windows. I felt like I was losing my mind. So I packed up my gear, loaded it into the back of my old 4Runner, and headed for Stillwater Ridge. Stillwater wasn't on most people's radar. It was rugged country. Steep slopes, long trails, no cell service, and barely any signage. That was exactly what I wanted. I had been there once with a friend a few years before, and I remembered the view from the ridge looking down over the lake was unreal. Just endless green hills and a blue mirror of water. I wanted that silence again, that kind of stillness where you hear your own heartbeat. No cars, no phones, no people, just wind and trees. I drove for about 7 hours from my place in Spokane, Washington, and reached the trailhead late in the afternoon. The road there was more like a dirt path, full of ruts and potholes, and it wound up into the forest for miles. By the time I parked and locked up the truck, the sun was starting to dip behind the tree line, so I knew I had to move fast. My plan was to hike about 4 miles in before setting up camp. I had my pack, about 40 pounds with food, water, stove, tent, and emergency gear, and my .357 revolver strapped to my hip. Not that I expected trouble, but up there you had to be ready. Bears, mountain lions, people. You just never knew. The hike in was uneventful but beautiful. The woods were thick with spruce and fir, and the trail was narrow but easy to follow. I passed a dry creek bed, an old wooden bridge that had half collapsed, and a rusted-out pickup truck someone must have abandoned decades ago. I remember stopping there, just staring at it, wondering what the story behind it was. Who had driven it up there? Why had they left it? There was no road close enough to explain how it got there. I made camp on a flat patch of ground near the ridge, just out of view of the lake. I figured I'd go down to the water the next day and maybe fish or just sit by the shore. I set up my tent, cooked a freeze-dried meal, and crawled into my sleeping bag just after dark. It was cold, but not freezing. The stars were out, and the only sounds were the wind through the trees and the occasional snap of a twig or rustle of leaves. I slept okay that first night, light but not bad. I remember waking up around 3 a.m. to pee, and I stood outside the tent just looking at the stars. I didn't see anything strange, didn't hear anything. It was peaceful, but there was something in the air, maybe the way the wind shifted or how quiet it was. Felt heavy, not dangerous, just dense, like the forest was holding its breath. The next morning, I ate a protein bar, packed a small day bag with snacks and water, and headed toward the lake. The trail sloped down sharply, and I had to be careful with my footing. It took me about an hour to get there, and when I finally broke through the trees and saw the water, it was perfect. A small, clear lake with a stony shore and nothing man-made in sight. I sat there for a long time just watching the water, listening to the wind, tossing small rocks into the lake. Around noon, I walked the perimeter, found some animal tracks, deer, maybe elk, and noticed a few birds circling high up. No other people, no sounds of boats, planes, or engines. I was completely alone. I headed back to camp in the late afternoon. That's when I first noticed something that didn't sit right. As I walked up the slope back toward the ridge, I passed a tree with deep gouges in the bark. At first I thought it was just from a bear sharpening its claws, but the marks were weird, long, parallel, and evenly spaced, but deeper than I'd expect. And they were fresh. The exposed wood was still moist and pale. I stood there for a while, staring at it. It didn't look natural, and it was about chest height, maybe 4 or 5 feet up. I moved on, trying not to overthink it. Back at camp, I felt unsettled. Not scared exactly, just off. I kept looking over my shoulder, like someone was nearby. I didn't hear anything unusual, didn't see any tracks around my camp, but the feeling stuck. I made a fire, cooked another meal, and watched the trees until the sky turned black. That night, I couldn't sleep. I lay there in the tent, eyes wide open, heart racing at every little sound. Branches snapping, wind moaning through the treetops, something scurrying across the forest floor. I kept grabbing the flashlight and shining it outside, half expecting to see someone standing there, just watching. But there was nothing. The third day was worse. When I woke up, I stepped outside the tent and immediately saw that something had been near my camp. There were boot prints in the dirt. Not mine. Mine were deep, heavy, from hiking in with a loaded pack. These were lighter, smaller, and came in from the woods at an angle I hadn't used. They circled my tent, passed near the fire pit, then disappeared back into the trees. I froze. My stomach dropped like a stone. I checked my gear. Everything was still there. The food bag was untouched. The tent wasn't slashed or tampered with. Nothing was taken, but someone had been there, close enough to hear me breathing if they wanted to, close enough to watch me while I slept. I packed up fast, threw everything into my pack without much care. I wanted out, but part of me told me not to go back the way I came. I had a topo map in my bag and knew there was an old logging road about 6 miles east. If I could reach it, I could follow it back to a state road, then hitchhike or figure something out. I didn't want to risk walking right into whoever had been out there. The new route was rough, steep terrain, no trail, just navigating with the map and compass. My legs were burning, and the pack felt twice as heavy. Around mid-afternoon, it started raining. Not hard, but steady. The forest turned dark fast, and the ground got slick. I slipped twice, once hard enough to scrape my shin on a rock. Blood soaked through my pants, but I didn't stop. I kept moving. Then I found something else. About 2 miles from my camp, I passed what looked like an old hunting blind. Wooden, rotting, covered in moss. But inside it, I found trash. Recent trash. A crushed beer can, an empty granola bar wrapper, A plastic bottle with the label still readable. Someone had been using it, maybe even recently. I didn't hang around to inspect it. I just kept going, heart pounding. By the time I reached the logging road, it was almost dark. I had to camp again. I didn't want to, but I had no choice. I pitched the tent right off the road in a shallow ditch and tried to stay hidden. I didn't cook anything, just ate a cold protein bar and lay there in the tent, soaked, shaking, listening. At one point, I heard something on the road, slow footsteps on gravel. Crunch, pause, crunch, pause. They moved past, then stopped. I held my breath for what felt like an hour. Eventually, the sound faded. In the morning, I started walking. I followed that road for hours. My feet were blistered. My leg throbbed from the cut, and I felt like I hadn't slept in days. Just before noon, I saw something that nearly made me cry with relief. Tire tracks, fresh ones. And then, maybe 15 minutes later, I saw the glint of metal in the trees. Parked pickup, old but running. I stepped out of the woods, waving my arms. The guy behind the wheel was in his 60s. Beard, flannel shirt, wide eyes like he wasn't sure if I was real. He rolled down the window, and I told him I was lost, that I needed help. He didn't ask questions, just let me in, handed me a bottle of water, and drove me the next 30 miles to the nearest ranger station. I filed a report, told them everything. They didn't find anything at my camp. The tracks, the trash, the hunting blind, it was all still out there, but they didn't have much to go on. No one else had been reported missing, and no permits had been issued for that part of the forest in weeks. They thanked me, logged the report, and that was it. I've never been back. I still camp sometimes, but never alone, and never without a satellite phone. I think about that trip a lot. What could have happened, who might have been watching me, what their intentions were. I don't know if I was just lucky, or if something scared them off. But I do know this, the woods aren't empty. Not really. You're never as alone as you think you are. And if you find boot prints around your tent that don't belong to you, pack up. Don't ask questions. Just leave. My name's Trevor Dawson. I was 32 when it happened. It's been nearly 4 years now, and I still don't sleep right. I still check every lock twice, keep an axe beside the front door, and never, never go into the woods without telling someone where I'm going. This is what happened to me in the fall of 2019, deep in Coldwater Woods in northern Idaho. I went in alone thinking I needed space. I came out days later a different man. I'd just gotten out of a long relationship. 5 years down the drain. We owned a house together outside of Boise, had 2 dogs, even talked about kids. One day she told me she needed to feel alive again, and she left. I felt like the life got knocked out of me. I took time off work, carpentry and home restoration mostly, and decided I needed to clear my head. That's when I got the idea to go off-grid for a bit. I didn't want a crowded campsite or a park ranger breathing down my neck. I wanted silence. I wanted to be alone with the trees and the wind and the sound of my own footsteps. So I drove 6 hours north to a stretch of state-owned land outside a town called Marble Creek. Population maybe 300. No trails, no signs, just miles and miles of deep woods. I'd been there once with my uncle as a teenager. I remembered how quiet it was, unnaturally quiet, and it felt like the right kind of place to disappear into for a while. I packed light but thorough. A big pack with a tent, sleeping bag, hatchet, food, bear spray, a hand crank flashlight, water filter, 2 knives, a flare gun, matches, and some clothes. I didn't bring a GPS because I wanted to challenge myself. I had an old map and a compass and figured that would be enough. I told my buddy Zach that I'd be back in 5 days. If he didn't hear from me, he should call search and rescue. That's all I told him. I didn't give him coordinates. That was my first mistake. I parked my truck on the shoulder of a Forest Service road and hiked in about 8 miles before setting up camp. It was cold already, even in early October, and I could smell winter creeping in. The woods were dense. Pines, spruce, some deadfall scattered everywhere. The ground was uneven, covered in dry leaves and soft moss that muffled my footsteps. Felt peaceful the first night. I made a small fire, ate some trail mix and jerky, and wrote in a little notebook. I didn't hear a single plane, car, or voice, just the wind and the occasional crack of a branch in the distance. I went to sleep early and woke with the sun. The second day, I hiked around to get a feel for the area. I wasn't following a trail, just picking a direction and wandering. It was harder than I expected. The terrain was rough, and the forest was so thick that I couldn't see more than 20 feet in any direction. Every tree looked the same. Every slope and hill blended into the next. I used my compass religiously, always marking the direction I came from, but it still felt like the forest was spinning me around. I'd stop, look at the map, check the compass, and still feel unsure. That night, I set up camp near a small stream. The water was freezing but clean. I boiled it just in case. I didn't light a fire that night. I don't know why. Something about the dark just felt heavier than usual. Not spooky, just dense, like the air was thicker. I sat in my tent with the flap open, listening to the wind move through the trees like a slow breath. I was asleep by 9. Sometime after midnight, I heard something. It wasn't loud, more like a whisper in the leaves. I sat up in my sleeping bag and held my breath. Came again. A dry rustling, maybe 30 feet from my tent. I reached for my knife and flashlight. I didn't turn it on. I waited. More rustling. A stick snapped. Definitely footsteps. Slow and deliberate. My stomach tightened. I told myself it was an animal. Probably a deer, maybe a bear. I reached for the bear spray just in case. Then the footsteps stopped. Nothing. Just the wind again. I stayed like that for an hour, knife in one hand, spray in the other, until sleep finally dragged me back down. The next morning, I found nothing. No prints, no broken branches, no signs of anything. Still, I packed up and moved. I told myself I was overreacting, but I also started marking trees with my knife, just shallow slashes, to help keep my bearings. Every 50 feet, I'd mark one. I didn't care about leaving a trace anymore. By day 3, I was deep. No cell service, no noise, no trail. I was boiling stream water, rationing food, and sleeping lighter. I didn't have a gun, just the knives and spray. That morning, I found one of my marked trees on the wrong side of a ridge I hadn't crossed. At first I figured I'd made a mistake. Maybe I'd walked in a loop. But then I found another mark 20 feet further. Same direction, same ridge, and that tree I knew I hadn't passed before. Something was wrong. I sat down and checked the map. I started drawing my own version, rough sketches based on landmarks I'd seen, fallen logs, boulders, bends in the stream. That's when I realized I wasn't where I thought I was. My compass was still working fine, but somehow I'd gone way off course. I should have been near the northern edge of the woods by then, but nothing matched the map. Either the map was outdated or I was worse at navigation than I thought. That evening, I made camp again near a rock outcrop. I built a fire this time, bigger than before. I didn't care if it was seen. In fact, I wanted it to be seen. Something about the silence was starting to feel wrong. No birds, no squirrels, just wind and trees. I set up a perimeter with small twigs balanced on stones. That way, if anything stepped into camp, I'd hear it. At around 2 in the morning, I heard one snap. I woke instantly, heart hammering. I didn't move. I listened. Another twig, asterisk, asterisk, snap, asterisk, asterisk, to the right of the tent. I reached for my flashlight and knife. This time I turned it on. I shined it out the mesh window of the tent. Nothing. I slowly unzipped the flap and crawled out, staying low. I scanned the trees. The fire had burned low, just embers now, casting everything in a soft red glow. I moved the light in a slow arc. Nothing. Then I noticed something strange. One of the slashed trees I'd marked earlier now had 2 slashes. I was sure I'd only made one. I stared at it for a long time. Then I walked over, checked it closely. The second slash was fresher, lighter in color, no sap yet. It hadn't been there earlier. I stayed up the rest of the night with my back to a rock, knife in my lap. When the sun came up, I didn't pack. I ran. I didn't even pick a direction. I just moved. Fast, reckless, straight through brush and over fallen logs. I scraped my shins, cut my hands, didn't care. I was in full-blown panic mode. I kept expecting to hear footsteps behind me, but I never did. Just that same dead silence. Around midday, I found something that stopped me cold. It was a sock. Not mine, too small, too bright. A child's sock. Torn, dirty, half buried in leaves. I stood there, staring at it. My brain didn't know what to do with it. Why would a child be this deep in the woods? I looked around and found more. A shoe. A plastic toy truck, sun-faded and cracked. And then, worst of all, a ripped strip of pink fabric tied around a low branch like a marker. I backed away, heart pounding. There were no signs of people. No footprints, no campsite, no trash. Just these scattered objects in the middle of nowhere. And the way they were arranged, they didn't look dropped. They looked placed. That night, I didn't set up camp. I kept walking until dark, then crawled under a thick bush and stayed hidden. I didn't light a fire. I didn't eat. I just sat there in the dirt, eyes wide open, heart thudding like a war drum. Then I heard a whistle, just 3 short notes, somewhere in the dark. Not a bird, not an animal, a human whistle. I froze. I didn't move for hours. When the sun rose again, I was already walking. On day 5, I spotted something through the trees, a metal structure. My heart lifted. I pushed through the brush and found an old fire lookout tower. Abandoned, covered in rust, the stairs barely holding together. But I climbed it anyway. I needed a vantage point. From the top, I could see over the canopy. Miles and miles of forest in every direction. But to the north, I saw a thin gray line, a road. Real paved, maybe 10 miles out. I had a direction now. I climbed down, marked the trees as I went, and headed that way. It took the whole day, through thick brush and over steep hills, but just before dark, I broke through to the road. I stumbled out, filthy, bloodied, exhausted, and collapsed right there on the shoulder. An hour later, a pickup truck stopped. I didn't even ask questions. I just told the guy to take me into town. I reported everything to the sheriff's office in Marble Creek. They didn't find anything. No campsite, no child's belongings, no signs of anyone else out there. My name is Kyle. Back in the summer of 2017, when I was 28, I took a solo camping trip up to northern Michigan. I was living in Grand Rapids at the time and working a construction job that burned me out, body and mind. I'd been planning the trip for a couple of months, looking for a place far enough away to feel like an escape, but close enough that I could drive there in a day. I ended up picking a spot near Blackstone Lake, up in the Upper Peninsula, almost 300 miles north. I'd found the place on a backcountry camping forum. It was described as a quiet, lesser-known area with no real campground, just open public land with a few unmarked trails. The lake was deep into the woods, surrounded by a long ridge that stretched out for miles. A guy on the forum had mentioned camping on the far side of the ridge once and said it was the most peaceful night he ever had. That stuck with me. I packed up my old Ford Ranger with everything I thought I'd need. Tent, food for 5 days, first aid kit, bear spray, and even an old .38 revolver my uncle had given me. I wasn't much of a gun guy, but I figured it'd give me some peace of mind. Cell service was spotty at best in that region, and once I hit the dirt road past the logging trail, there was nothing but dense forest and the occasional squirrel darting across the path. I parked at the end of a narrow trail just before the road turned to a muddy mess. From there, I had to hike in. It was about 4 miles to the lake. The hike took longer than I expected, almost 5 hours. The forest was thick, and there was no clear path most of the time. I followed a compass and a rough GPS app I downloaded ahead of time. There were moments where I second-guessed myself, but eventually the trees opened up and I saw the lake. It was smaller than I expected, more of a large pond really, with a steep ridge rising behind it. The water was calm and dark, almost black in some spots. I didn't see any signs of other people. No boats, no trash, not even a fire ring. It was perfect. I set up camp on the north side of the lake, closer to the base of the ridge. My tent faced the water, with the ridge behind me. There were plenty of downed branches, so I built a fire ring with some stones I dug up and started a small fire before the sun dipped. The place was quiet, so quiet it felt strange at first. No wind, no birdsong, not even the usual buzzing of bugs, just the occasional creak of a tree swaying or the soft splash of a fish in the lake. I chalked it up to the remoteness of the area. I cooked a can of beans over the fire and watched the sky turn pink, then purple, then black. I didn't stay up long. The hike had taken it out of me. The first night passed without much issue. I slept okay, though I did wake up once to what I thought was movement outside my tent. A slow, crunching sound like someone or something stepping on dry leaves. I sat up and waited, holding my breath. After a minute, it stopped. I didn't hear anything else, so I convinced myself it was probably a raccoon or a deer and went back to sleep. The next day, I explored around the lake. I followed the edge for a while, found some interesting moss-covered boulders, and took a few pictures on my phone. It was overcast, and the whole area had a gray, washed-out look to it. At one point, I thought I saw an old trail heading up the ridge, partially hidden by fallen branches and growth. It was steep, but I decided to climb it. Took me the better part of an hour, but the view from the top was worth it. I could see the whole lake, and beyond that, miles of unbroken forest. Not a sign of civilization in sight. Up there, I found something strange. A clearing, maybe 10 feet wide, with several dead trees that looked like they had been cut or broken unnaturally. Not fresh, but deliberate, like someone had cleared the spot for something. I didn't stay up there long. Something about the air felt heavy. I know that sounds weird, but that's the only way I can describe it. Like it was thicker somehow. Back at camp, I ate some jerky and crackers and started another fire. I tried to relax, but that uneasy feeling from the ridge stuck with me. I slept light that night, and again, I heard that same slow, deliberate crunching outside the tent. Only this time, it circled me. I sat perfectly still for what felt like forever, listening to it move. I held the revolver in one hand, bear spray in the other. I didn't dare unzip the tent. Eventually, the sound faded away into the distance. Morning came and I checked around camp. Nothing was disturbed. No prints in the dirt. No trash scattered. I felt a little crazy, like maybe I'd imagined it. But I know what I heard. I debated hiking out, but I'd only been there 2 nights, and part of me didn't want to admit defeat over some mystery noise in the woods. That third day I spent mostly near camp. I chopped wood, cleaned out the fire ring, and made sure everything was set in case it rained. Around midday, I noticed something odd. A small pile of stones near the base of a tree, stacked carefully, almost like a marker. I hadn't seen it before. Could have been nothing. Could have been there all along. But it hadn't rained or been windy, so why hadn't I noticed it? That night, I didn't sleep. I stayed up by the fire, letting it burn low, listening. Around 2 in the morning, I heard the crunching again, but this time it came from higher up, the ridge. I looked up and saw a faint light moving through the trees. At first, I thought it was a flashlight, but it moved too fast and too smooth for that. It disappeared after a few seconds. I didn't sleep at all. When daylight broke, I packed everything. I was done. The plan had been to stay 5 nights, but I'd had enough. I took down the tent, stuffed everything into my pack, and started the hike back. About halfway through the return hike, I noticed a cut on my arm, small, like a paper cut, but I didn't remember getting it, and it wasn't there the day before. I stopped to check my map and found it missing. Not the phone, just the printed topographic map I kept as backup. I had it the day before. I was sure of it. I never leave stuff like that lying around. My mind started going places I didn't like. I moved faster. I was sweating, even though the air was cool. My boots were heavy, and I kept imagining someone behind me, just out of sight. I kept checking over my shoulder. Nothing. Still, I couldn't shake it. When I finally saw my truck again, I almost cried. I threw my pack in the bed and drove straight out of there, not stopping until I reached a gas station about 30 miles south. I bought a coffee and sat in the lot for half an hour, trying to settle myself. When I got home, I unpacked and tried to forget the whole thing, but something kept nagging at me. So, A week later, I posted on that same backcountry forum where I'd first heard about Blackstone Lake. I asked if anyone had been there recently, mentioned the ridge and the strange noises. Nothing spooky, just general curiosity. One guy replied, said he'd camped near there in 2014 and found bones up on the ridge. Not animal bones, something bigger. Said he reported it to the county, but never heard back. Another person sent me a private message saying they'd been up there once and felt like they were being watched the entire time. No one had ever stayed more than a couple of nights. That was the last time I camped alone. It's been years now. I still go out sometimes, but only with others, and never that deep into the woods. I never figured out what was really going on out there, and maybe I never will. But whatever it was, animal, person, something in between, I know it wasn't just my imagination. Something or someone was watching me up on that ridge, and I don't plan on giving them another chance. It was the summer of 2013 when I decided to go on a solo camping trip. I was 29 at the time, living in a small town in Montana. Life felt too loud, too fast, too crowded. I had been working long shifts as a mechanic and hadn't taken time off in almost a year. My body was aching, my head constantly buzzed, and I couldn't sleep more than 5 hours a night. I needed a reset, so I packed up my gear, tossed it all in my old Ford Ranger, and drove 6 hours west toward the Bitterroot Mountains. I picked a spot on the map that looked remote. It was past a Forest Service road, beyond a lake called Silver Hollow, and tucked deep into the trees with no marked trails nearby. It didn't show up on Google Maps, which I liked. No distractions, no people, no signal, just trees, water, and silence. I left my phone in the glove box. I didn't even bring a GPS, just a paper map, a compass, and the kind of confidence that comes from spending years hiking and hunting in the woods. The dirt road that led me in was rough and overgrown. Branches scraped the sides of the truck, and at one point I had to get out with a hatchet and clear a fallen limb that blocked the way. It was close to noon when I finally reached a clearing big enough to park and turn around if needed. From there, I packed my gear and hiked in. The air was thick with pine. Everything smelled green. I followed a game trail up a gentle slope, crossed a shallow creek, and found a flat spot just under a rocky outcrop with a good view of the forest. It was perfect, quiet, still, far enough from the road that I wouldn't hear another engine, and hidden well enough that nobody would just stumble on me. I set up my tent, dug a fire pit, gathered dry wood, and stacked it neatly. I always brought a small steel grate to lay over the fire for cooking. Once everything was set up, I boiled water, made some instant coffee, and sat on a log to take it all in. The silence was exactly what I needed. No cars, no voices, just the occasional rustle of birds or squirrels. Maybe the wind pushing through branches high above. That first day passed peacefully. I spent it walking through the nearby woods, marking my path with small stacks of stones, just in case. I shot a few photos on my old point-and-shoot camera. At night, I built a fire, cooked a freeze-dried meal, and sat staring into the flames for hours. My body relaxed in a way it hadn't in months. I slept deep and dreamless. The next morning, I woke with the sun and stretched on the ground outside the tent. My shoulders were sore, but it felt good. I made oatmeal and another pot of coffee. Then I packed a small bag with food, water, my compass, and knife, and set out to explore further. I followed the ridgeline south, then dropped into a valley full of fallen logs and moss. The deeper I went, the less sign of human life I saw. No boot prints, no trash, not even cut stumps. Just raw, untouched forest. Around midday, I sat on a rock and ate a protein bar. That's when I noticed something strange. Across the valley, maybe 100 yards away, I saw a tree that had been stripped of its bark. It wasn't downed, and it wasn't the kind of wear you'd see from weather or rot. It looked deliberate, clean vertical strips taken off with something sharp. I walked over, curious. The marks were fresh. Sap still leaked out in thin beads. The strips were wide and even, maybe 4 inches across, maybe 6 or 7 feet up the trunk. Too high for a deer, too neat for a bear. I didn't know what to make of it, so I took a picture and moved on. I saw more trees like it within the next half-mile. Always the same height, same pattern. That's when I started to feel watched. It's hard to explain, but when you've spent enough time in the woods, you notice when things go quiet. Like truly silent. No birds, no bugs, no wind. Just an empty pressure in your ears like you've walked into a vacuum. That's how it felt. I turned back toward camp, a little faster than before. I kept my knife in hand, though I knew it wouldn't do much if something big really wanted to mess with me. I kept checking behind me, but saw nothing. Still, I felt like I wasn't alone. I made it back around 4 in the afternoon, heart pounding, skin sticky with sweat even though the air had cooled. I tried to shake it off. Told myself I was overthinking. Maybe some Forest Service guys had marked the trees for disease. Maybe I'd just gotten turned around. I boiled more water, cooked some rice, and sat by the fire again. But I kept hearing twigs snapping. Not animals, not wind, something heavier. 2 or 3 snaps at a time, then silence. That night, I didn't sleep well. I kept waking up, ears straining, convinced I heard footsteps. I clutched my flashlight and knife under the sleeping bag. Every time I drifted off, I'd jolt awake again, heart racing. Around 3 a.m., I thought I heard something brush against the tent. Just a soft drag, like a hand or fabric. I froze, held my breath, but it never came again. Eventually, I passed out from exhaustion. The next morning, the air felt wrong. Heavy, wet, like a storm was coming, but the sky was clear. I walked around camp, checking for signs. No footprints, no claw marks, nothing moved or broken. But my gut screamed that something was off. I should have packed up right then and left, but I told myself I was being paranoid. I decided to stay one more night, but I'd sleep light, and if anything else happened, I'd leave before sunrise. That afternoon, I went back to the valley. I didn't want to, but I needed to know what was going on. I followed the same route and found more of those stripped trees. Dozens now, in clusters. And then I found something worse. A shoe. A single hiking boot, lying face up in the moss, partially sunken from rain and dirt. Nowhere like it had been lost. It looked left, placed. I didn't touch it. Nearby, there was an empty granola wrapper tucked into the roots of a stump. Not old, still had color. I searched the area for other signs. No backpack, no clothes, no bones. But I found a torn strap hanging from a low branch, like something had yanked a bag off someone's shoulder. That's when I knew someone else had been here, maybe recently, and they hadn't left the normal way. I backed out of the valley fast. Didn't run, but didn't waste time. My mind raced. Maybe someone had gone missing. Maybe there was a mountain lion stalking the area. Maybe worse. I wanted out. I made it back to camp, stuffed everything into my pack, and hiked back to the truck by early evening. I didn't bother with the fire, didn't eat, just drove. The road back felt longer. Every tree looked the same. My eyes kept darting to the mirrors, convinced I'd see someone, or something, stepping out onto the road. I made it back to pavement by dark and didn't stop driving until I hit a gas station with lights and people. The attendant gave me a weird look when I walked in covered in dirt and sweat, eyes wide, arms trembling. I bought a Gatorade and a burner phone. I called the sheriff's department from the parking lot and told them what I'd found. The boot, the trees, the wrapper. They took me seriously, or at least pretended to. A deputy met me an hour later and asked me to draw the location on a map. I did the best I could. He said they'd send a team out in the morning. A few days later, I got a call. They'd found the valley. They'd found the trees. But no boot, no wrapper, no sign of another person. They asked if I was sure about what I saw. I told them yes. They said they'd log it, but didn't have anything to follow up on. No missing persons matched the area. They thanked me and hung up. I tried to forget about it. But every time I closed my eyes, I saw that boot, sitting alone in the moss, toe pointing toward the trees. I never went back to that part of the forest again. I kept the photo of the stripped bark, though. Showed it to a forestry guy once. He said it wasn't disease. Said it looked like someone had done it on purpose. That was 12 years ago. Now, every time I go into the woods, I look for those marks. I listen harder. I never camp alone anymore, and I never, ever ignore that feeling in my gut, because something is out there, something that doesn't want to be found, but leaves just enough behind for you to know it's watching. And if I'd stayed one more night, I'm not sure I'd be here to tell you any of this. I set out early on a cool autumn morning in late October 2021, loading my worn but trusted backpack with all the essentials. A sturdy tent, a lightweight sleeping bag, enough food to last several days, a portable stove, and a first aid kit that had seen better days. My route led me through dense forests, along rocky ridges, and over babbling creeks that mirrored my own excitement. The road was long and winding, but every mile was a promise of freedom, a chance to leave behind the noise and chaos of everyday life. Driving into the outskirts of the wilderness, I noticed how the vibrant hues of fall were gradually giving way to a more muted, somber palette. The roadside trees, once ablaze with fiery reds and yellows, were now just hints of their former glory against a sky that threatened rain. I parked my car at the edge of a barely marked trailhead and began the hike into the wild. Every step took me deeper into a world that felt both familiar and completely foreign. After hours of walking, the forest around me grew quieter, and I found a small clearing by a slow-moving creek that seemed perfect for setting up camp. The ground was soft with pine needles, and the gentle trickle of water provided a soothing, constant backdrop to my thoughts. I pitched my tent carefully, making sure the stakes were secure and the fabric pulled tight against the unpredictable wind. With my shelter established, I built a modest fire using dry twigs and small branches I had collected nearby. The fire crackled and hissed, casting dancing shadows against the darkening trees, and I felt an initial sense of comfort. As dusk gave way to night, the forest came alive with its own soundtrack. I sat on a small log, watching the flames flicker, feeling at once both insignificant and deeply connected to this vast, untamed world. I ate a simple meal of beans and rice warmed by the small stove, and after tidying up, I lay down inside my tent with my thoughts as my only companion. The darkness outside was impenetrable, yet there was no immediate sign of danger, only the gentle rhythm of nature, as constant as the heartbeat of the earth itself. Somewhere around midnight, a slight sound disturbed the stillness of my sleep. I woke to a subtle rustling, as if something large was moving just beyond the thin fabric of my tent. At first, I dismissed it as the natural sounds of the forest, perhaps a deer foraging or a small mammal scurrying through the underbrush. But the sound persisted, growing more deliberate and measured with each passing minute. I lay there, paralyzed by a sudden awareness of vulnerability in the isolation of the wilderness. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching me. Every small noise, the snapping of a branch, the soft murmur of the creek, seemed amplified by my heightened state of alertness. My mind raced through the possibilities. Wild animals, maybe even a bear roaming in search of food. I had read enough to know that bears were active at night, and the thought sent a chill down my spine. I decided to remain still and quiet, listening carefully, trying to identify the sound's source. The rustling continued, always just outside, as if circling my camp in a slow, methodical pattern. I stayed awake for what felt like hours, the oppressive darkness and incessant noises blurring into one long stretch of anxiety. Every minute, my heart pounded harder in my chest. I had taken every precaution. My food was stored in a secure bag far from the camp, and I had set up my perimeter as best as I could with a few extra logs forming a makeshift barrier. Yet, nothing could guarantee safety in the wilderness, and that realization only deepened my unease. In the early hours of the morning, the rustling finally subsided. I don't know if it had been the wind or an animal's cautious prowl, but when the first hints of dawn lighted the horizon, the forest seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. With the rising sun came a sense of tentative calm. I emerged from my tent, cautiously scanning my surroundings. The crisp morning air did little to dissipate the memory of those long, terrifying hours. I inspected the area outside my camp, searching for clues. A broken branch here, a disturbed pile of leaves there, but nothing conclusive revealed the identity of the intruder. Despite the unsettling night, I decided to press on with my plan. I gathered my gear and set off along a narrow trail that wound deeper into the forest. My mind was now a mix of determination and residual anxiety. I had to remind myself why I was here, to challenge my limits and to find solace in nature's raw beauty. The path was not easy. It was rough, overgrown in parts, and the constant shifting of light through the thick canopy created an eerie interplay of shadows and sunlit clearings. I made my way slowly, frequently checking behind me to ensure I was not being followed. Every so often, I would catch a fleeting glimpse of movement in the corner of my eye, a flash of fur or a branch moving, but each time I turned, nothing was there. I told myself that my mind was playing tricks on me, that the solitude had amplified my natural fears. Still, I couldn't completely banish the nagging worry that I was not alone. After a long, uneasy morning, I found a small clearing near a ridge that overlooked a valley. The view was breathtaking. Endless rows of trees, rolling hills, and a distant river glinting in the afternoon sun. I decided to rest here for a while, sitting on a fallen log and eating a modest lunch of trail mix and dried fruit. As I savored the fleeting moments of peace, dark clouds began to gather on the horizon. The weather, which had been calm all day, started to shift dramatically. The air grew heavy, and a strong wind began to pick up. I hurriedly gathered my belongings, thinking of the need to find a sheltered spot before the storm fully descended. I chose a spot under a large stand of fir trees, hoping their thick branches would offer some protection. I made a small, temporary camp and secured my belongings as best as I could. Then I sat, watching the sky darken in a way that felt almost ominous. The first drops of rain began to fall, light and scattered, before intensifying into a relentless downpour that seemed to wash away all color from the world. The storm was fierce and unyielding. The wind howled through the trees, and the rain pounded against the makeshift shelter. I could barely see past a few feet in front of me, and the sound of the tempest drowned out almost all other noise. I felt utterly isolated, alone with my thoughts, the unremitting roar of nature, and the ever-present fear that the forest might hold more dangers than just the storm. My heart raced as I considered the possibility that the unknown sound from the previous night could have been a sign of something even more menacing than a simple animal. I huddled beneath the fir trees, trying to stay as calm as possible while the storm raged overhead. Hours passed under the storm's relentless assault. The wind and rain blurred together into a constant, oppressive noise, and I found myself struggling to stay warm and dry. The makeshift shelter did little to keep the worst of the elements at bay, and I could feel the cold seeping into my bones despite my layered clothing. Every so often, I would catch a glimpse of movement in the dark, a shadow slipping between the trees. I kept telling myself it was just the storm playing tricks on my eyes, that exhaustion was causing my mind to fill in gaps with imagined horrors. In the midst of the tempest, I remembered the advice of experienced campers and survivalists. When fear starts to take over, focus on what you can control. I methodically checked my supplies, made sure my emergency radio was within reach, and recounted all the safety protocols I had learned. I even managed to start a small fire with the damp wood I had collected, a small, feeble flame that provided a comforting circle of warmth in the otherwise unyielding cold. For a moment, I felt a glimmer of reassurance. The fire crackled softly, its light pushing back the overwhelming darkness, and I sat in silence, contemplating how fragile life can be when stripped of modern comforts. Yet, despite my best efforts to regain control, the fear was always lurking at the edges of my mind. The forest around me was vast and indifferent, and I was painfully aware of my own vulnerability. The memories of the previous night's rustling returned in fits of anxious recollection. I began to wonder if the storm had brought more than just rain, if it had stirred up something in the depths of the wilderness that now threatened me. My thoughts turned to the possibility of encountering wild animals driven into desperation by the inclement weather. The idea of a starving predator, lured by the sound of my small fire, made my pulse quicken. I clutched my bag tightly, imagining the scenario in painstaking detail and feeling utterly exposed in the heart of nature's fury. Just as I started to settle into the rhythm of survival, tending the fire, checking my supplies, A sharp noise shattered the monotonous roar of the storm. It was not the sound of wind or rain, but something more deliberate. I sat up, my eyes straining in the dim light cast by the weak fire. The noise came again. A distinct, heavy thud that sounded as if someone or something had stepped on a large branch not far from my shelter. My heart hammered in my chest. I strained to... I had never been one for cabin trips. A weekend in the woods, far away from civilization, never sounded like my idea of fun. But when my friend James convinced me to join him on this trip to a remote cabin, I reluctantly agreed. It was supposed to be a chance to unplug and disconnect from the pressures of work. It was supposed to be relaxing. The cabin was located deep in the woods, tucked away in a mountainous area near Lake Timberridge. The closest town was a good hour away, so it wasn't the kind of place you'd go to on a whim. It was isolated, quiet, and, from what James told me, pretty much the last place anyone would ever think to look for you if you just wanted to be left alone. We arrived late on a Friday evening, the sky already dark by the time we pulled off the gravel road and into the cabin's small clearing. The cabin itself was a simple wooden structure, nothing too fancy. 2 floors, a porch, a few windows, and a slanted roof. It looked like something you'd see in an old movie about pioneers or settlers, and I figured that was part of its charm. James was enthusiastic as always. He quickly unloaded the truck while I hung back, pulling my jacket tighter against the chill of the early autumn air. The trees around us were massive, towering over the cabin like silent sentinels. I'd never felt more aware of how alone we were, but I pushed that thought aside. After all, I'd agreed to come here for the weekend, so I might as well make the best of it. Inside, the cabin was cozy. A large stone fireplace dominated the far wall, and a few mismatched chairs were scattered around a wooden coffee table. There was an old record player in the corner and a well-stocked bookshelf. The faint smell of wood, musk, and earth filled the air, and for a moment, I allowed myself to relax. It wasn't so bad, I told myself. It wasn't so bad. James set to work unpacking the rest of our supplies. Mostly canned food, some beers, and a few bags of snacks. I wasn't much for drinking, so I grabbed a bottle of water from the fridge and sat by the fire. The warmth of it against my skin felt like a blessing in the cool night air. James, on the other hand, was eager to get the fire roaring, and within a few minutes, the cabin felt like a furnace. I was about to suggest we open a window when I heard it. A thump, soft at first, like something falling over in the woods outside. I glanced toward the window, but all I could see were shadows stretching beneath the trees, nothing moving. I brushed it off as the wind or an animal. It wasn't the first time I'd heard something out in the woods, and it wouldn't be the last. James didn't seem to notice, his attention fixed on starting a fire in the wood stove. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. The thump came again, louder this time, followed by a scraping sound, as if something was dragging itself across the dirt just beyond the cabin. I stood up, feeling the hairs on the back of my neck prickle. "You hear that?" I asked James. He looked up, his brow furrowing. "What?" "That noise. Outside." James gave a dismissive wave of his hand. "It's probably just an animal. Relax, man." I wasn't so sure. There was something unsettling about the noise. It wasn't like the usual sounds of the forest. No, this was different. This felt deliberate, as if whatever was making the noise was moving with purpose. The scraping sound continued, and this time it seemed to be getting closer. "Okay, that's weird," I muttered, my unease growing. "I'm going to check it out." I grabbed a flashlight and stepped outside. The cool air bit at my skin, and the sounds of the forest seemed to fade as I walked toward the edge of the clearing. My shoes crunched against the leaves, and I scanned the dark woods with the beam of the flashlight, trying to pick out anything that might explain the strange noise. There was nothing, just trees, shadows, and the occasional rustle of leaves in the wind. My heart rate picked up, and for a moment I felt foolish. I was out here in the dark, looking for, what? A raccoon? A deer? I was just about to turn back when I saw it. A faint, low glow through the trees. It wasn't the moonlight, which was nearly hidden behind the clouds. It wasn't a reflection from the cabin. It was something else, something unnatural. I swallowed hard, my instincts screaming at me to turn back. But I didn't. Instead, I moved closer, drawn toward the glow. The light was dim, barely visible, and it flickered in strange, uneven intervals. It was coming from further into the woods, beyond the tree line, just out of sight. As I walked, the scraping sound grew louder, more distinct. My mind raced, imagining all sorts of ridiculous explanations. A campfire, some other hikers. But the further I went, the less certain I became that there was anyone else out here. I didn't want to admit it, but I was scared. The trees felt closer now, pressing in around me, blocking out any sense of the world beyond. My footsteps grew louder as the silence of the woods enveloped me. The scraping sound had stopped, but now I could hear something else. A low, rhythmic thudding, like something heavy being dropped to the ground, repeatedly. I was about to call out, to shout for James, but then I saw it. Just ahead, a figure in the darkness. It was tall, shrouded in shadow, but I could see the outlines of its limbs moving slowly, deliberately, dragging something behind it. The glow I had seen earlier seemed to emanate from the figure itself, casting strange shadows on the ground. My heart pounded in my chest. This wasn't an animal. It wasn't another person. It was something else. Something I couldn't even begin to explain. Without thinking, I turned and ran. I didn't stop until I was back at the cabin, my lungs burning, my legs weak from the sprint. I burst through the door, slamming it shut behind me. James was still by the fire, oblivious to the panic that gripped me. "What the hell's going on?" he asked, looking up from his book. "Get your stuff," I panted, my voice shaking. "We need to leave. Now." James frowned, clearly confused. "What are you talking about? Relax, man. It's just the woods." "No," I said, my voice trembling. "There's something out there. Something not right. I saw it." James raised an eyebrow, clearly not taking me seriously. But there was no way I could stay in this cabin another minute. I grabbed my bag, threw open the door, and stepped out into the cold night air. The woods seemed to stretch on endlessly before me, an impenetrable mass of shadows and trees. And then, just as I was about to reach the truck, I heard the sound again, the scraping, followed by the thudding. This time it was closer, a lot closer. "James!" I yelled, turning around to find him standing in the doorway, staring at me. I didn't wait for him to make up his mind. I got in the truck, started the engine, and peeled out of the clearing. The headlights barely cut through the darkness, and every turn felt like it could be my last. The sounds from the woods echoed in my ears as I drove, but I didn't dare look back. By the time we reached the town, the sun was starting to rise, but I didn't feel safe. I felt sick. What I had seen out there, what had followed me back to the cabin, I couldn't explain it. But I knew one thing for sure. I'd never go back to that cabin. Not ever. James didn't get it. He still laughed it off, said it was probably just some strange animal. But I knew the truth. Whatever had been out there, it wasn't natural, and I wasn't about to let it get any closer. We never talked about the trip again, and as the years passed, I tried my best to forget it. But sometimes, late at night, when the wind howls and the trees creak, I still hear the sound of scraping, the thudding that follows it. And I know deep down that whatever it was, it's still out there. It was the middle of autumn when I decided to get away from the noise of the city. I was 27, feeling the weight of a few too many late nights at work, too many stressful deadlines, and too many evenings spent surrounded by people I barely knew. I needed quiet. I needed solitude. So, when I stumbled upon an ad online for a small cabin in the woods, tucked away near a lake about 2 hours from where I lived, I booked it. No second thoughts, no hesitation. The cabin was an old one, built somewhere in the late 70s, according to the owner. He seemed like the type who didn't really care much for modern amenities or technology, and I was okay with that. I wanted the disconnection, the peace, and the raw simplicity of nature. I wanted to be cut off. I packed only the basics: clothes, food, some books, and a few things to make the cabin more comfortable. The car ride out there was pleasant enough, though the roads grew more uneven as I drove farther from the nearest town. The deeper I got into the woods, the more I felt the weight of isolation settle over me. When I finally arrived, the sun was starting to dip behind the trees, casting long shadows over the cabin. It was smaller than I had imagined, but it had character. The wooden beams were worn and weathered by time, but the place felt solid. There were no neighbors, no signs of civilization, just trees, dirt roads, and the constant murmur of the nearby lake. The only thing that could be heard was the occasional rustling of leaves in the wind. I unloaded my car, carried my bags inside, and immediately began setting up. The cabin had an old stove, a few mismatched chairs, a small fireplace, and a single bedroom with a bed that creaked whenever you moved. The walls were lined with shelves full of old books, some of which I planned to read. I could already feel the stress of the city beginning to fade. The first night was uneventful. I cooked a simple dinner over the stove, set up a fire, and settled in with a book. I didn't feel scared, not even a little. The solitude was peaceful. I went to bed early, wrapped up in the warmth of the blankets, listening to the sounds of the woods outside. But then, on the second night, things started to change. It was about midnight when I was awoken by a noise. I wasn't sure what it was at first. A creak? A knock? My mind raced through the possibilities. Branches brushing against the cabin, the wind howling, or maybe just the house settling. I tried to ignore it, turning over and pulling the blanket tighter around me. But the noise came again, louder this time. A thud, a scraping sound. My heart rate quickened, and I couldn't dismiss it. Something wasn't right. I got out of bed, careful not to make too much noise. The cabin was dark, with only the faint glow of the dying embers in the fireplace. I grabbed a flashlight and moved to the window. Outside, it was pitch black, except for the occasional flicker of moonlight through the trees. I couldn't see anything moving, nothing that would explain the sound. But the air felt different, heavier, colder, almost oppressive. I told myself it was just my imagination running wild. The woods were strange, after all, and the isolation played tricks on your mind. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I spent the next hour checking the locks on all the windows and doors, double-checking that everything was in place. It was fine, I told myself. It had to be. After all, I was alone in a cabin, miles away from anyone. There was no reason to be afraid. But I couldn't get back to sleep. Every noise outside, every rustle of leaves, made my muscles tense. I lay there, listening to the stillness of the night, hoping for it to pass. The following morning, I woke up exhausted, but I decided to ignore the unease I felt. I made some coffee and spent the day outside, walking by the lake, breathing in the fresh air, and trying to clear my head. The weather was chilly, but the sun was out, and the autumn colors were in full swing. It was beautiful, but there was something unsettling about the silence. Even though there were birds, insects, and the occasional animal moving through the trees, it felt as if the forest was holding its breath. It was too quiet. No distant hum of traffic, no sounds of people. Just me and the endless stretch of trees. That evening, as I was preparing dinner, I heard the noise again. This time it was closer, coming from the back of the cabin. It wasn't the wind. It wasn't the trees. This was something more deliberate, something human. I froze, my hand stilling over the stove. My heart skipped a beat. I set the spatula down slowly, then crept to the back window, the one that faced the forest. Nothing. No one. I checked the back door, locked. All the windows were shut, yet I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was out there. Someone watching me. By the third night, the sense of unease had grown to a palpable fear. I hadn't heard anything during the day, but every time the wind picked up, I felt like I was being surrounded. I locked every door and window again, but this time, I didn't feel safe. Every creak of the wood, every distant thud made my skin crawl. I made the decision to leave. It wasn't worth staying in a place that made me feel like this. But as I began packing my things, I noticed something strange. My car keys were missing. I searched the cabin from top to bottom, going through every drawer, every shelf, even checking the fireplace, but the keys were gone. There was no way I could have misplaced them. I hadn't even taken them out of my pocket since I arrived. At this point, panic started setting in. I checked my phone, but there was no service, no bars, no connection to the outside world. That's when I heard it again, this time unmistakable. A heavy knock at the front door. I stood frozen, my heart pounding in my chest. Someone was definitely out there. I didn't know what to do. There was no way I was opening the door, not with whatever or whoever was on the other side. I grabbed the axe from the corner by the fireplace, the only tool that could offer any kind of protection, and waited. Minutes passed, but nothing happened. The knock didn't come again. The air was still, but the unease didn't leave. I stayed awake, listening for any more sounds, for anything that would give me a clue about what was going on. But it was quiet again, as if the world had gone still. The next morning, I found my car keys on the front step. No sign of anyone, no footprints in the dirt. It was as if the night had never happened. But I couldn't leave fast enough. I packed up everything and got in my car, started the engine, and drove off. As I passed the long stretch of road leading out of the woods, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone, that someone had been watching me the entire time, and that whatever it was still out there, waiting. I don't know what happened out there, but I do know one thing: I've never gone back, and I don't plan to. There are places in this world that you just don't go. There are things in the woods that you don't want to find, and some things are better left undiscovered. It's 8 p.m. The sky outside has just begun to turn a deep shade of navy, and I can feel the cold settling into the cabin as I take in the peaceful isolation of the woods around me. It's a quiet place, nestled in the mountains, far from any towns or bustling streets. No one else for miles. Just me and the towering pines that seem to stretch endlessly into the sky. I came up here for some peace and solitude, to disconnect for a while, and that's exactly what I got. The small cabin was built years ago by an old man. Judging by the worn-out edges of the floorboards and the rusted nails that barely hold the rafters in place. It's not much, just a single room with a tiny wood stove, a bed in the corner, and a simple kitchen setup. But it's cozy in its own way, and I like the stillness. There's something comforting about the quiet, a serenity that feels hard to come by in the modern world. As I sit at the table, sipping on my coffee, I think back to how I ended up here. After a long few months of work and stress, I needed a break, a chance to breathe. I figured a few days in the cabin would be just what I needed to reset. I came up alone, wanting to clear my head and get away from everything. I grabbed my coat and headed outside to take a walk. The air was crisp, the ground covered in a thin blanket of snow that crunched under my boots. The trees stood tall around me, their branches creaking in the wind. The whole scene was picture perfect, like something out of a postcard. But there was something unsettling about it too. The woods were too quiet, almost unnervingly so. No chirping birds, no rustling animals, just the occasional gust of wind and the sound of my boots crunching through the snow. I walked for about an hour just exploring the area around the cabin. I couldn't help but notice the way the trees seemed to close in around me the farther I went. The path was narrow, barely wide enough for me to walk through without brushing up against the thick trunks. It was like the forest was watching, waiting for something. Eventually, I turned back, a slight unease settling in the pit of my stomach. It was nothing, I told myself, just the isolation. That's all it was. As I made my way back to the cabin, I noticed something strange. There were footprints in the snow leading up to the door. They weren't mine. I hadn't seen anyone else since I arrived, and the only way to get to the cabin was down a long, narrow path, far from any roads or trails. My heart rate picked up. I'm sure it's nothing, I told myself again. Maybe it's just an animal, maybe someone had walked up here before me. But the tracks were too big to be from any animal I knew. They were human, clear, and distinct, and they led right up to my door. I froze in place, staring at the prints. I didn't know what to think. For a moment, I just stood there, watching the tracks as if they might suddenly vanish. But they didn't. They were still there, etched into the snow, leading right up to my doorstep. I walked inside, locking the door behind me. I took a deep breath, trying to calm myself down. It's fine, I told myself. It's probably just someone passing by. The woods aren't as empty as they seem. But as the night settled in and the wind howled outside, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. The silence was broken only by the occasional crackling of the wood stove, and the shadows of the trees outside swayed in the dim light. I tried to relax, pulling a blanket around my shoulders as I sat by the stove. The heat from the fire was comforting, but the unease lingered. Every so often, I glanced toward the window, half expecting to see someone standing just outside, staring in. I didn't sleep well that night. I kept waking up, the sound of the wind outside and the creaking of the cabin making me jump. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw those footprints in the snow, felt the weight of them pressing down on my chest. I couldn't get rid of the feeling that someone had been here, and they were still nearby, watching. The next morning, I woke up with a stiff neck, my eyes bleary from a restless night. The sun was just starting to rise, casting a faint golden glow over the snow outside. The cabin was still and quiet, the only sound the soft crackling of the fire. I decided to check outside again, just to see if the footprints were still there. Maybe I'd imagined it all. I opened the door and stepped out into the cold, the snow crunching underfoot. The tracks were still there, right where I had seen them the night before. But this time, something was different. There were more tracks. They didn't lead up to the cabin this time, though. They went off to the side, weaving through the trees. I could see them clearly, the prints sharp against the snow. They were fresh, as if whoever had made them had just passed by. My heart pounded in my chest as I stood there, staring at the trail. It was too late to turn back now, so I grabbed my jacket and began to follow the tracks, my breath visible in the cold air. The path wound deeper into the woods, and with each step, the feeling of unease grew stronger. The trees loomed overhead, casting long, dark shadows on the ground. The silence was oppressive, broken only by the sound of my footsteps and the occasional crack of a twig beneath my boots. I don't know how long I walked. The tracks led me further and further away from the cabin, twisting through the dense forest. My mind raced with questions. Who had made these tracks? Why had they come up here? And why did they seem to be leading me somewhere? Eventually, the trail stopped at a small clearing. In the center of it stood a shack. It was old, the wood weathered and rotting. The door was ajar, and the windows were shattered, the glass long since fallen out. It looked abandoned, like something out of a nightmare. I stood there for a moment staring at the shack. The tracks led right up to it, but no one was around. No movement, no sounds, just the silence of the forest pressing in. I took a deep breath and stepped forward, my pulse quickening. My feet crunched in the snow as I walked closer to the shack. The door creaked as I pushed it open, and I immediately regretted it. The air inside was thick, stale, and musty. The smell of rot hit me hard, making me gag. It was dark inside, the light from outside barely filtering through the broken windows. I stepped inside, my eyes scanning the room. There was nothing here, just old furniture covered in dust and cobwebs. But then, my gaze fell on something that made my blood run cold. In the far corner, there was a pile of clothing, mostly torn and shredded. It looked like someone had been living here. My mind raced, and I could feel the panic rising in my chest. Someone had been here, and they were still out there. I needed to get back to the cabin. I turned to leave, but before I could, I heard a sound, a rustling coming from behind me. I spun around, my heart pounding in my throat. I couldn't see anyone, but the feeling of being watched was overwhelming. I rushed to the door, my hands trembling as I pulled it open. The moment I stepped outside, I saw something move out of the corner of my eye, a figure standing in the trees just beyond the clearing. I froze, my blood running cold. The figure didn't move, just stood there, staring at me. I didn't know what to do. My mind raced, my body frozen in place. But something deep inside me told me I needed to leave. I turned and ran back toward the cabin, my feet slipping in the snow as I sprinted through the woods. My heart was pounding in my chest, and I could hear the sound of footsteps behind me, getting closer. I didn't stop until I reached the cabin. I slammed the door shut and locked it behind me, my body shaking with adrenaline. I leaned against the door, my chest heaving as I tried to catch my breath. The rest of the night passed in a blur. I stayed inside, the fire crackling in the stove, and didn't move from the cabin. I didn't hear anything else from outside, but I knew someone had been out there. Someone was watching me. The next day, I left. I couldn't stay another minute. I packed up my things, locked the cabin behind me, and drove away. I haven't been back since, and I don't think I ever will. The woods are quiet again, but I'll never forget the feeling of being watched, of knowing someone was out there, waiting. Sometimes, when I close my eyes, I still feel it. That cold, eerie feeling that I'm not alone, that I never was. It was early October of 2017 when I decided to take some time off from everything. I was 32, living in St. Paul, Minnesota, working in property management, and I'd been getting chewed up by stress for months. Emails, phone calls, complaints, it felt like every hour of my day was claimed by someone else. I needed silence. I needed to hear myself think again. I hadn't slept right in weeks. When I finally burned through the last of my patience and sent a resignation email one Friday night, I packed a few things and got out the next morning. I remembered a small, off-grid cabin that my uncle had owned near Deadfall Ridge in northern Wisconsin. He'd passed away a few years earlier, and no one had touched the place since. I still had the key on an old ring. It wasn't far, maybe a 4-hour drive northeast. I didn't tell anyone where I was going. I didn't want anyone knowing. I just needed to vanish for a while, away from lights, noise, everything. I loaded up my Subaru with a cooler, camping stove, canned food, extra water, a first aid kit, some books, and a sleeping bag. I took a small Ruger .22 rifle just for peace of mind, mostly for critters, I figured. The cell signal would be non-existent up there, so I downloaded some offline maps and a GPS backup. The plan was simple. Go up, spend a week in total silence, reset my brain, then come back to the world. The road narrowed the further I went. Asphalt turned to gravel, gravel turned to dirt, and eventually even that gave out. The trail was overgrown, but I remembered just enough to keep going. It was late afternoon when I finally pulled up beside the cabin. The place looked worse than I remembered. Moss was creeping up the sides, and one of the shutters was hanging half off. Still, the roof looked intact, and the door was still locked. Inside, it smelled like dust and dry wood. There were cobwebs in the corners and mouse droppings near the sink, but nothing too wild. The water pump was bone dry, which I expected, and the fireplace had old ash in it. I cracked a few windows and let the air settle. It took a few hours to clean the place up enough to feel livable, but by the time the sun dipped low, I had a small fire going, a can of chili heating on my little stove, and a cot set up in the corner with my sleeping bag. That first night was quiet, dead quiet, the kind of silence that makes your ears ring. I kept expecting to hear a plane or a car or even some distant dogs barking, but there was nothing, just the occasional wind dragging across the roof or the snap of a twig outside. By the third day, I'd settled into a rhythm. Wake up with the sun, boil some instant coffee, sit on the front steps and listen to the forest. Sometimes I read. Other times I'd just walk a trail for hours, following deer paths and old game trails through the woods. I didn't see anyone. No hunters, no hikers, no campers. Not even a hint of another soul. That suited me fine. On the fourth day, something changed. I woke up feeling stiff and cold. It had dipped below freezing overnight, and I hadn't stoked the fireplace before falling asleep. I pulled on a heavier hoodie and went to start a fire, but I noticed the woodpile looked different. Some of the pieces I'd stacked were moved, just slightly off. I thought maybe an animal had tried to dig around. A raccoon or porcupine, maybe. I brushed it off, got the fire going, and went about my morning. Later that afternoon, I went deeper into the woods than usual. I followed a dry creek I hadn't seen before, and it led to an old hunting blind about 2 miles out. It was just a platform nailed between two trees, rotted and leaning. I climbed up out of curiosity and found a rusted coffee can with old cigarette butts inside. I figured it hadn't been used in years. When I got back to the cabin around sunset, I found the front door cracked open. I froze. My heart kicked into overdrive. I was sure I'd locked it. I always did. My hand went straight to the rifle slung over my back. I didn't go inside right away. I stood in the clearing, listening. Nothing moved. The trees swayed a little in the wind, but there was no sound from the cabin. After a few minutes, I crept up, stepped to the side of the door, and nudged it open with the barrel of the rifle. Inside looked normal at first. Nothing obviously missing or trashed. But as I walked in slowly, I saw that the cooler had been opened. 2 cans were gone, one of chili and one of peaches. The bag with my matches was half dumped out. My sleeping bag had fresh dirt on it. I didn't know what to do. I checked around the cabin, but there was no one inside. I looked for tracks around the property, but the ground was hard and covered in dry leaves. Nothing clear. There was no forced entry, just an unlocked door. That night, I barely slept. I kept the rifle beside me, and every sound outside made me sit up and listen. At some point near 3 a.m., I heard what sounded like footsteps outside. Slow, steady crunching in the leaves. I didn't move. I barely breathed. They passed the front porch, circled to the back, then faded. The next morning, I considered leaving, but I told myself maybe it was a drifter or an animal. Someone might have just stumbled onto the place, looking for food or shelter. That happens, right? Still, I packed everything up tight and carried the rifle with me all day, even inside. On day 5, I didn't go far from the cabin. I chopped more wood, boiled extra water, and stayed alert. Around noon, I found a cigarette but near the edge of the clearing. Still fresh, not even wet from the dew. I don't smoke. It hadn't been there before. That's when I knew someone was around. I made the choice to sleep during the day and stay up at night. That night, I sat in the dark with the fire out, wrapped in blankets, rifle in hand, and waited. Around 1:30 a.m., I saw movement near the tree-line. Just a shape at first, then 2 people. They were crouched low, maybe 20 yards out, half hidden behind brush. They were watching the cabin. I felt paralyzed. I didn't know what they wanted, if they were armed, if they were just some crazy off-grid types, or worse. I didn't move. I didn't make a sound. I sat there in total darkness for hours, heart hammering, just watching back. At some point, they vanished. I didn't hear them go, just blinked and they were gone. The next morning, I walked to where they'd been. I found prints, deep ones. 2 people, maybe 3. One wore boots. Another had lighter shoes, maybe sneakers. No gear, no trash, just tracks. I left that afternoon. I didn't pack carefully. I just shoved everything into the back of the Subaru, kept the rifle across my lap, and drove. I didn't stop until I hit a town with cell service. I called the county sheriff's office and gave them the coordinates. I didn't want to go back even with police. They found signs of a camp not far from the cabin. Tarp lean-tos, burned cans, and a few stolen items. They told me it looked like transients. Probably 2 men and maybe a younger person. No names, no arrests. They'd already moved on. I went back to St. Paul. I didn't tell anyone much about it. I sold the cabin to a logger that winter for almost nothing. I've never gone back to the woods since. I still think about those nights. The way they watched from the trees, waiting, not saying anything, just watching. It wasn't a ghost. It wasn't some haunted thing. It was real people, and somehow that's a whole lot worse. It was October of 2016 when I took a week off work and decided to drive up to a small cabin in the Appalachian Mountains, just outside of Elizabethton, Tennessee. I was 34 at the time, single, living in Knoxville, and working long hours at an IT company that had been slowly draining me. I needed a break. I needed quiet. I needed somewhere without screens or cell service. That's what led me to an old wooden cabin listed online for short-term rentals. It was isolated, right at the edge of the Cherokee National Forest. The photos showed nothing but trees, a small clearing, a thin dirt driveway, and a weathered little place with a tin roof and a narrow porch. It looked perfect, peaceful. a place to breathe. I packed light. A few changes of clothes, basic groceries, a flashlight, a folding knife, a book I'd been meaning to read, and a journal. I also threw in an old hatchet just because it felt like a cabin thing to bring. No TV, no laptop. I left my phone on airplane mode and stuffed it in my bag. I didn't even bring a charger. That was the whole point. Disconnect, recharge. The drive up was long and quiet. Once I left the main road, the signal disappeared, and the gravel roads turned to dirt. I had to check a printed map I'd brought with me, just to be safe. I drove another 30 minutes past any signs of people. No houses, no parked cars, just trees closing in on both sides and the road narrowing enough that I kept the windows cracked just to listen. At one point, I stopped the car, killed the engine, and just sat there, listening to the wind moving through the forest. It was the quietest place I'd ever been. I found the driveway almost by accident. A thin break in the trees. No signs, no mailbox. The dirt was worn from time, but there were still 2 tire tracks that led up a short hill. I followed it carefully and came up on the cabin. It looked just like the photos, small, rustic, with wood that had turned gray and soft from years of weather. The roof was intact, the porch sagging a little but nothing serious. The front door was stiff when I opened it, but it wasn't locked. Inside, it was all one room plus a tiny bathroom in the back. A twin bed, an old wood stove, a small counter with a sink that pulled from a rain barrel outside. No electricity, no running water. Just a kerosene lantern, some firewood, and a rusted-out propane stove that barely worked. It was perfect. The first day was uneventful. I unpacked, cleaned a little, got a fire going in the stove, and sat on the porch for hours, listening to nothing. The kind of silence that hums in your ears because there's nothing else. I made soup from a can, read until sunset, and fell asleep early. That night, I woke up once from a sound outside, a branch snapping, maybe an animal, maybe just the woods settling. I stayed still and listened, but it didn't come again. I drifted back to sleep. The next few days were the kind I had wanted. Quiet mornings, warm coffee on the porch, walks down the narrow game trails that wound through the trees. I found a stream about a mile out and sat there for hours, watching the water move over smooth stones. I didn't see a single person. No voices, no engines, nothing. By the 4th day, I was starting to forget what the world outside even felt like. But then things started to feel off. It was small things at first. I noticed my folding knife wasn't where I'd left it. I'd put it on the shelf near the bed before going to sleep, but the next morning it was on the floor under the edge of the blanket. I assumed I knocked it over in the night, but I hadn't moved in my sleep that much. Then the food. I had brought a cooler with ice packs and kept it near the shaded back wall of the cabin. One morning I found the lid open slightly. A pack of beef jerky was missing, and a small jar of peanut butter had the lid off. I thought maybe an animal got in, maybe a raccoon, but the cooler was heavy, and the lid took force to open. It didn't feel like an animal. On the 5th night, I woke up suddenly. It was around 2:30 a.m. I remember looking at my watch in the dark. The room was cold. The fire in the stove had gone out. But it wasn't that. It was the sound. Not loud, not sharp. Just the soft creaking of the porch boards. One step, then another. Very slow, very deliberate. I laid still in the bed, eyes wide open, straining to hear. 3 more steps, then silence. I reached slowly for my flashlight and flicked it on. The beam cut through the cabin, lighting up dust in the air, and spilled across the door. It was closed. I moved to the window and shined the light out across the porch. Nothing. I opened the door and scanned the clearing. Nothing moved. No wind, no animals. Just dead silence. I barely slept the rest of the night. In the morning, I found footprints. In the dirt just beyond the porch, right at the edge of where the light didn't reach. Not boots, not shoes. Bare feet. Adult-sized. Clear prints in the soft dirt. The toes, the arch, the heel. They went off into the woods and disappeared. My stomach dropped. I stood there, staring at them for a long time. It wasn't a hiker. No one hikes barefoot in this kind of terrain. No one should have even been out here. I hadn't seen a soul in 5 days. I didn't know what to do. I kept telling myself it could have been old. Maybe someone had come through a week before, but they were too clear, too fresh. I walked the perimeter of the clearing, checking the tree line. Nothing. No signs of anyone. That day I stayed close to the cabin. I kept the hatchet with me. Every small sound made my skin crawl. Around noon, I walked the trail down to where I'd seen the stream. I needed to clear my head. As I passed through a patch of thicker woods, I noticed something odd off to the right. About 30 yards from the trail, tucked between two trees, was a small pile of rocks, too neat to be natural, stacked like a marker. I walked over and studied it. There was something under the top stone, a strip of cloth, dark blue. It looked like part of a shirt sleeve, frayed, dirty, and stiff. I left it there. Back at the cabin, I packed my things. I didn't care that I had 2 days left. I didn't feel safe. Something was wrong. I didn't want to be alone out here anymore. I told myself I'd leave at first light. That night, I didn't sleep. I kept the lantern burning low. I kept the hatchet by the bed. I lay under the blanket, listening. Around midnight, the woods came alive with sound. Not animals, movement, branches snapping, soft footsteps in the leaves. Then, a sharp knock on the back wall of the cabin. Just one. Then silence. I didn't move. My breathing felt too loud in my own ears. Minutes passed, maybe an hour. Then another sound, the front doorknob. A slow, soft rattle. Not hard enough to open it. Just testing. It stopped. Then another knock, this time right by the window. I didn't shine my light. I didn't move. I waited, frozen. At some point near dawn, the sound stopped. The birds began to stir. Light started to creep in through the trees. I stood up, every joint stiff and sore, and opened the door slowly. Nothing. But again, in the dirt, footprints. This time circling the cabin. Barefoot. Just one set. Not running. Walking. I left everything behind. I grabbed my bag, keys in hand, and walked fast to the car. As I pulled onto the road and started driving, I felt tears in my eyes. Not from fear exactly, just from relief. The feeling of getting away, of escaping something I still didn't understand. I didn't call the police. What could I say? That someone walked around my cabin barefoot at night? That I heard noises? I didn't even know who to report it to. I just drove home, locked my door, and didn't leave for 3 days. A week later, I looked up the cabin listing online. It was gone, removed completely, no trace of it on the site. I searched the owner's name from the booking email. Nothing, no records, no listings, like it had never existed. I even tried to look up property records for that section of the forest, but it was all public land. Nothing was supposed to be there. I still think about it sometimes. Who was out there? Why were they barefoot? How long had they been watching me? And most of all, what would have happened if I hadn't left when I did? It was late September 2018 when I decided to take a break from work. I was 32 back then, working in IT at a mid-sized firm in Boise, Idaho. The stress was catching up to me. Long hours, endless meetings, bad sleep. I wasn't married, didn't have kids, and had a little money saved, so I figured I could afford a few days off-grid. I booked a small cabin up in the northern part of the state, near the Payette National Forest, about a 4-hour drive from where I lived. The cabin was remote. I found it through a website that rented out private land and off-the-grid properties. It had no Wi-Fi, no cell signal, no neighbors within a mile, but it did have solar power, a small generator, running water from a tank, and a wood-burning stove. The pictures made it look clean and simple. Wooden walls, single bed, table, kitchen area, and a deck that looked out over the woods. I left early in the morning, packed up my old Subaru Outback with a few groceries, a cooler full of food, some books, a flashlight, extra batteries, a first aid kit, a couple knives, and a sleeping bag just in case. I also brought a power bank, a set of walkie-talkies with extra batteries, and my laptop just for writing. I didn't plan on using it much. The drive was nice at first. I played some music, had coffee, and rolled down the window now and then to breathe the clean mountain air. As I got further into the forest, the roads turned to gravel, and I stopped seeing other cars. I had to use a paper map the owners left on the booking site to find the last stretch of the road. Took nearly 5 hours in total, but I found the place. The cabin was smaller than I expected, but it looked just like the photos, maybe even a little better. It sat on a patch of flat ground surrounded by tall pine trees, with no one around, just pure silence and forest in all directions. The porch was dusty, but the inside looked clean enough. A few spider webs in the corners, but nothing too bad. I unloaded everything, locked the car, and set up inside. The air smelled like pine needles and old wood. It was cold, but not freezing yet. The first day went well. I made coffee on the propane stove, unpacked, set up my stuff, and spent the afternoon reading a book on the deck. I went to bed early, maybe around 9. The night was dead quiet. No cars, no voices, no buzzing phones. Just the sound of trees swaying and a few birds. The second day, I went for a long walk through the woods behind the cabin. The path was rough, not really a trail, but there were gaps between the trees that made it easy to keep a general direction. I brought a compass just in case. I didn't go far, maybe a mile in and back, and took a few pictures with my phone even though there was no signal. I wanted to feel the place more. It had a calm to it. I remember thinking I could get used to it. That night, I cooked a can of soup, drank a beer, and sat on the porch wrapped in a blanket as the sun went down. On the third day, things started to change. I woke up to a strange sound outside, early in the morning. It was still dark. At first, I thought it was just an animal, maybe a deer or a squirrel messing around. I heard a rustling, then a heavy step. One, then silence, then two more, slower. Not the kind of fast, skittish movement animals make. This sounded more cautious, like someone trying not to be heard. I stayed in bed, holding my breath, listening. The sound stopped. I stayed still for what felt like 20 minutes. Eventually, I got up, grabbed the flashlight, and peeked out the window. Nothing, just trees. I told myself it was probably a bear, or maybe an elk. They were common in the area, and the steps could have just been the echo or weird acoustics of the forest. Still, I kept the flashlight close the rest of the night and barely slept. The next morning, I went out to check around the cabin. I walked slowly, scanning the ground. There were prints. Not boots, not paws, shoes. Sneakers, it looked like. Someone had walked past the cabin during the night, maybe 30 feet from the window. The prints came from the woods, curved around the cabin, and vanished into the trees. I followed them for a bit, but the forest floor was too dry, and the trail faded after 20 or 30 yards. It didn't make sense. I hadn't seen a single person since I left the main road. There were no other cabins nearby, no cars, nothing. I stayed close to the cabin for the rest of the day, uneasy. That night, I kept the lights off, locked the doors, and stayed up late listening again. I didn't hear anything this time, but sleep came in short bursts. On the fourth day, I made a decision to leave. I packed up early, threw everything back in the car, and started the drive back. About 10 minutes down the gravel road, I hit trouble. A large tree had fallen across the path, looked fresh, with green needles still clinging to the branches. It blocked the whole road. No way around it. I tried backing up to look for another way, but this was the only access road in or out, and the forest was too dense to go off-road. I got out, checked the tree. It was too big to move. I thought about using my small hatchet to try cutting through, but it would have taken hours, maybe a day. I checked my phone, still no signal. I hiked back to the cabin, grabbed one of the walkie-talkies and turned it on, hoping I could catch a ranger or someone on a frequency. Nothing, just static. I was stuck. I figured I'd wait it out. Maybe someone would come down the road in a day or two. The rental owner was supposed to check on the place once a week, so someone would eventually notice. I spent that afternoon sharpening the hatchet and gathering wood. If I was going to be stuck, I wanted to be ready. I boiled water, made coffee, and double-checked all the windows and doors. Everything was locked. That night, I kept the lights off again, sat in the corner with a knife and flashlight, and waited. At some point after midnight, I heard it again. Steps, closer this time, slow, heavy, a crunch of twigs, then a pause, then more steps right outside the back wall. I stayed dead still. My heart was pounding so hard it hurt. I didn't dare shine the flashlight. Whoever was out there didn't knock, didn't try to open anything. They just stood out there, breathing, maybe listening. Then the steps moved again, this time toward the side window. I ducked below the frame, gripping the knife so tight my hand cramped. The sound stopped again. Then a light scratch like fingers brushing wood. And then nothing. I stayed like that until morning. When the sun came up, I finally dared to look outside. No one, but the prints were back. This time they were all around the cabin. Circles, as if someone had walked around it slowly for hours, just pacing, watching. Something snapped in me then. I wasn't waiting anymore. I got the axe and started hacking the tree on the road. Hours passed. I broke twice for water and a granola bar. My hands blistered, my arms burned, but I didn't stop. I kept going, splinters flying, the blade dulling with every hit. Just before sundown, I managed to chop through enough that I could roll part of it off the road. It scratched the side of my car, but I didn't care. I raced back to the cabin, grabbed the rest of my gear, threw it in the car, and drove off. About 5 miles later, my phone got signal again. I called a friend, told him I was coming back. I didn't explain much. I just needed to hear someone's voice. The rest of the drive back was a blur. When I got home, I slept for almost a full day. I reported the incident to the local sheriff's office. They said they'd send someone to check it out, but I never heard anything back. The owner of the cabin emailed me a few days later asking why I left early. I didn't respond. Weeks passed, then months. I stopped thinking about it all the time. I went back to work, got busy again, let it fade. But sometimes, when it's late and I hear something outside my window, that cold feeling creeps back. Someone was out there. They weren't trying to rob me. They didn't want anything. They just watched, waited. They had no reason. And that's the part that still gets to me. There was no ending to it. No name, no face, just footsteps in the dark. My name is Ian Walker, and I'm 39 years old. I work as a freelance construction planner, mostly remote these days. This happened in September of 2018. It was the last trip I ever took alone to a remote cabin. Back in early August that year, I found a listing on a site for off-grid getaways, this small cabin up in the Blue Ridge region of western Montana. It was deep in the woods, about 4 hours from Missoula. The photos showed a plain wooden structure surrounded by forest, with a small fire pit out front, an outhouse about 30 feet away, and a water pump off to the side. No Wi-Fi, no cell signal, no electricity, just a propane lantern, a stove, and a small bed. I booked it for the second week of September, planning to stay 6 days. The goal was to fully unplug, bring a stack of books, some food, a camera, and a notebook. It was a busy year, and I wanted total quiet. Felt like the right time. Work was between big projects, and I had just gotten out of a long relationship that ended messy. I told a couple of close friends where I was going, gave them GPS coordinates, and said I'd check in once I got back to town. I flew into Missoula on a Monday, picked up a rented 4x4, grabbed groceries and water, then drove out. It took longer than expected to get to the cabin. The dirt roads were worse than described, especially after the last mile where it turned into a barely marked trail through thick pine. The cabin itself sat in a natural clearing, ringed by tall trees that blocked most of the horizon. There were no neighbors for miles. I unloaded the gear from the truck, put the cooler in the shade, opened the windows and swept out the cabin. Inside it was simple. A narrow bed with a foam mattress, a small table, a pair of chairs, and a shelf with a few old books and a first aid kit. There was a tin basin to wash up in and a propane stove with one burner. That first night was peaceful. I built a small fire, read a couple chapters from an old paperback, and cooked a basic meal, just beans and rice with some sausage I brought. As the sun went down, the temperature dropped fast. I bundled into a flannel jacket and watched the fire burn low. The silence was thicker than I expected. It wasn't like being in a quiet neighborhood or park. It was complete silence. No hum of lights, no cars in the distance. just the occasional crack of a branch or the call of a bird before dusk. When I turned in, I remember thinking it was the best sleep I'd get in months. It wasn't. That came later after I left. On Tuesday, I woke up early and made coffee over the stove. There was a trail that circled behind the cabin, and I spent most of the morning following it, mapping the area in my notebook. I carried a small compass, a watch, and a pocket knife. I wasn't too deep into the woods, but far enough that I knew I had to keep track. Around noon, I turned back, made lunch, and spent the afternoon writing. That night was just like the first. Cool, quiet, calm. I heard some noises from the woods around 2 a.m., but nothing unusual, probably deer. Wednesday started normal. The air was crisp and the sky was pale blue. I spent some time chopping up wood from the pile behind the cabin, then took more time to clean out the basin and refill water. I had just finished making coffee when I saw the first sign something wasn't right. There were boot prints, fresh ones, about 15 feet from the cabin's front step, leading out of the woods. I hadn't seen them there before. They weren't mine. I wear size 10 hiking boots with a very specific tread, and these were bigger. Size 12 maybe. The pattern was more aggressive too, like work boots or tactical gear. They came in from the northeast tree line and ended near the pump, then doubled back into the woods. It didn't scare me immediately. I figured maybe a forest ranger came through early, or someone hunting nearby. It wasn't technically private land, just isolated. I shrugged it off and kept going through my day, but it stuck in the back of my mind. By evening, it was getting cloudy. I built a fire anyway and made a simple dinner. As I sat by the fire, I kept looking toward the woods. That night, I didn't sleep as well. Around 3 a.m., I heard movement, slow, steady footfalls on dry leaves. I held my breath and waited. It stopped after a few minutes. On Thursday, I did a wider sweep around the cabin. I found more boot prints behind the outhouse, circling. Not mine, not old either. The ground was soft from rain a few days earlier, and these hadn't dried out or cracked. I spent the rest of the morning on edge, pausing at every sound. That afternoon, I wrote down a list of what I'd do if someone tried to break in. It felt ridiculous, but also necessary. I didn't have a gun, just a hunting knife and an axe. That night, I didn't sleep much. I kept the lantern low and the door locked. Around 1:30 a.m., I heard steps again, this time closer, slower. I waited, eyes wide open, barely breathing. Then I heard it, faint creak of wood. Someone was stepping on the porch. The sound stopped at the door. I didn't move. I lay frozen for an hour, straining to hear more. Nothing. In the morning, I went outside with the knife. The prints were there again, right on the porch. Big boots, slightly worn tread. They faced the door, paused, then turned back into the woods. I felt sick. I wanted to leave. I packed some stuff into the truck, but hesitated. It was a long drive, and the road out was steep and rough. I told myself maybe I was overreacting. Friday was quiet, too quiet. I kept the axe close and stayed inside most of the day. I made simple food, read, and wrote. I couldn't focus. I kept looking out the window, just trees and shadows. That night, I didn't build a fire. I didn't want to be seen. I sat in the dark and listened. At 2:04 a.m. exactly, my watch glowed in the dark. I heard it again. A soft crunch of steps, slow and steady, then silence. At 2:12 a.m., I heard metal. The pump. Someone was trying it. I stayed frozen in bed, barely breathing. Then it stopped. No more sounds. On Saturday morning, I walked to the pump and found smudges on the handle. Muddy, partial fingerprints. I tried to wipe them off, but they were stained into the rusted surface. I felt like I was being watched. I went to pack everything up for good. That's when I found it. On the side of the cabin, etched into the wood with something sharp, was a word, stay. It was carved low, near the corner, where you wouldn't see it unless you were behind the outhouse or chopping wood. Deep cuts, not fresh but not old either. Maybe a few days old. That was it. I threw everything in the truck and left. Didn't clean up. Didn't look back. It took 5 hours to get back to the nearest gas station. I called my friend from the parking lot and told him what happened. He told me to call the sheriff, but I didn't. What would I say? That I heard noises? Saw some boots? Back home, I had a hard time sleeping for a while. I kept checking locks, waking up at odd hours. I never went back to Montana. I still don't know who was out there or why they kept coming back at night. Maybe a hunter gone off-grid. Maybe a squatter. Maybe someone who didn't want me there. What gets me most is the timing. Always between 1 and 3 a.m. Always slow, deliberate steps. No attempt to talk, no sounds of cars or motors. Just walking, stopping, watching. Maybe waiting. I never figured it out. Never will. But I do know one thing. When someone carves "stay" into the side of a cabin, they don't mean it in a friendly way. My name's Eric. I'm 34 years old, and this happened back in late October 2019. At the time, I was working as a freelance graphic designer, mostly staying home and handling everything online. That kind of freedom let me get away from the city sometimes, especially when things got overwhelming. I'd just come off a string of tight deadline projects, barely sleeping or eating properly, and my head felt like it was full of static. I needed out. So, I rented a cabin in upstate Maine through a small site that specialized in off-grid getaways. It wasn't some luxury Airbnb cabin with Wi-Fi and fancy appliances. It was real old school. Wood stove for heat, no electricity, no plumbing beyond a basic pump for cold water. One room, a small kitchen area, and a loft bed. The place sat near the edge of a forest preserve, with no other homes or cabins for at least 5 or 6 miles. It was exactly what I needed. At least that's what I thought going in. I drove up early in the morning from Boston. The last stretch of the road was narrow and unpaved, more of a gravel trail cutting through thick woods than anything else. The trees were mostly bare, just clinging to a few orange and yellow leaves. It had rained the day before, so the dirt road was slick and soft in places. My little SUV wasn't exactly built for that, but I managed. When I got there, I found the cabin just like the owner had described. Tiny, grayish-brown, built low to the ground, and tucked into a slight clearing that opened up into dense woods. The driveway just kind of ended at the edge of a sloped patch of land where the cabin sat. There was a narrow path off to the right, barely wide enough to walk through, that looked like it led deeper into the forest. I made a mental note to avoid that. Hiking alone out here wasn't the smartest idea. I got the key from under a loose rock near the front door, opened up, and stepped inside. The cabin smelled like dry wood and dust. It wasn't dirty, just old. The kind of old where the floorboards creak no matter where you step, and the windows rattle if there's even a light breeze. The place had a sort of rustic charm, and after unloading my bags and lighting a fire in the stove, I felt myself start to relax for the first time in weeks. The first couple of days were uneventful. I'd wake up with the sun, make coffee on the propane burner, and spend hours sitting on the small porch with a blanket over my legs, watching the wind move through the trees. No phone signal, no distractions, just the rustling of leaves, the distant call of birds, and the occasional creaking of trees. It was peaceful, almost too peaceful, but I welcomed it. It was on the 4th day that things started to feel off. I woke up around 6 a.m., just before dawn. The air inside the cabin was freezing, so I got the fire going right away. While I waited for the place to warm up, I stepped outside to take a leak. It had rained again during the night, and everything was damp. The sky was overcast, casting a grayish light over everything. I noticed something strange as I stood on the porch. There were footprints in the mud. Not mine, they were too big and had a different tread pattern than my hiking boots. They came from the direction of the narrow trail, stopped about 10 feet from my porch, then turned and went back the way they came. I stood there for a long time just staring. The tracks weren't fresh, maybe a few hours old at most, but still, someone had walked right up to my cabin in the middle of the night and left without knocking or announcing themselves. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe a hunter got turned around? Maybe someone from the preserve came out to check the area? But there was no reason to come that close and then leave without making contact. Still, I didn't want to jump to conclusions. I spent the rest of the day inside, keeping busy. I read, jotted some notes in my journal, and made simple meals. But I kept checking the window, glancing toward that trail. I couldn't stop thinking about those footprints. That night, I didn't sleep much. Every time I drifted off, I'd wake up to some creak or soft thump outside. Around 2 a.m., I thought I heard crunching, like someone walking slowly across wet leaves. I sat up in bed, heart racing, and held my breath. The sound didn't come again, but I stayed awake until the sun came up, just listening. The next morning, I went outside and scanned the area around the cabin. I didn't see anything at first, but when I walked around the back, I found more footprints. Same size, same tread. They circled behind the cabin and stopped about 5 feet from the back wall, then disappeared into the trees. That's when I decided I needed to get out of there. Maybe not that second, but soon. I didn't want to wait until something worse happened. I packed up most of my stuff, loaded the car, and planned to leave the next morning. I'd already paid for the full week, but I didn't care anymore. That night, I kept the fire low so the light wouldn't be visible from outside. I sat in the dark, wide awake, holding the small hatchet the owner had left next to the woodpile. Around 3:30 a.m., I heard it again. Footsteps. Not fast, not loud, just slow, deliberate steps on wet ground. I turned off the small battery lantern I had on and moved to the window. I couldn't see much through the glass, just the outline of trees and darkness beyond them. But then something moved. A figure, just barely visible. They were standing a few feet from the tree line, not moving, just watching the cabin. My stomach dropped. I couldn't make out any features, just a dark shape. I didn't move. I didn't even blink. I just stood there, staring through the glass, waiting for them to do something. But they didn't. After what felt like forever, they turned and walked back into the woods. I waited until daylight before I moved. I grabbed my last few things, tossed them into the car, and got out of there. The trail out was even more of a mess after the rain, and I nearly got stuck twice, but I didn't care. I just needed to get back to a place with people. On the way out, I stopped at a small gas station about 20 miles from the cabin. The guy behind the counter looked like he'd been working there his whole life. I asked him casually if there were a lot of hunters in the area. He gave me a strange look and said hunting wasn't allowed anywhere near that stretch of woods. It was a protected zone. I asked if anyone else lived nearby, or if there were rangers or staff who might check on the place. He shook his head and told me the preserve didn't really get visitors. Too remote, he said. Too much wildlife, not enough trails. Most people avoided it. I didn't tell him about the footprints or the figure in the woods. I just nodded, paid for gas, and drove home. It's been years now, and I haven't been back to Maine since. I still don't know who or what that person was. Maybe some drifter living off the grid. Maybe someone hiding out. Or maybe just some local messing with me. I'll never know. But one thing still bothers me. I didn't notice it at first, not until a few weeks later when I was going through the photos I'd taken at the cabin. I'd snapped a picture of the porch on the second day, the morning after I arrived. Just a casual shot of the trees and the path leading off into the woods. When I zoomed in, way in the background, almost hidden behind a tree, was a figure, standing still, watching. It was late October of 2016 when I decided to leave everything behind for a little while. I was 31 years old, burned out from work, barely sleeping, and just done with the non-stop noise of my life in Kansas City. The idea came on a random Tuesday morning. I was standing in line at a gas station, holding a black coffee and a granola bar, and the guy ahead of me was talking about how his cousin owned a cabin in northern Minnesota, somewhere near Ely, and how he rented it out cheap in the off-season. I don't know why I asked for the contact info. I wasn't planning to, but 2 weeks later, I was loading my old Toyota Tacoma with basic supplies and heading north with the kind of desperation that makes you leave your phone off and your email unchecked. The cabin was tiny. Not cute tiny like those luxury microhouses you see online. Just a single-floor wooden rectangle with a short, sloped roof and one chimney. It sat about 50 yards back from a gravel trail that looked like it hadn't seen regular use in years. No electricity, no running water, just a small wood stove, a pile of firewood stacked under a tarp, and a water pump about 30 feet from the front door. The whole place smelled like old cedar and stale smoke. I got there on a Thursday afternoon. The sky was already darkening, the trees bare, the wind sharp and steady. I dropped my bag on the floor, checked for rodents or anything worse, then unloaded the rest. Cans of soup, a small camping stove, a few gallons of water just in case, a good flashlight, a hand crank radio, and a solid hunting knife I'd bought mostly for the illusion of safety. I didn't plan to do much. Just read, maybe write in my notebook, maybe sit on the porch and let my brain slow down. For the first 3 days, it was exactly what I needed. I'd wake up around 7, boil water on the stove, sip instant coffee while watching the lights spread across the trees. No cars, no voices, no internet. I kept a small fire going in the stove, just enough to keep the chill off, and at night I'd wrap myself in the thick wool blankets the owner had left folded in the corner. I kept my phone off. No reception anyway. The first thing that felt off happened on the 4th morning. I'd woken up around 5 a.m. to pee, and when I stepped outside, I noticed a single boot print in the frozen dirt about 5 feet from the front door. Not mine. I wear size 10, and this print was easily a 12 or 13. Deep too, whoever it was, they were heavy or carrying something. I stood there for a while, just staring at it. It wasn't fresh. The edges had softened a little, like it had been made late the night before. I looked around. No other prints, just the one. I told myself it was probably old. Maybe someone had been hiking through and walked near the cabin before I arrived. It had been cold, but not freezing every night. Maybe it had just preserved the shape. That made enough sense to go back inside. Still, I pushed the little table in front of the door that night before bed, just in case. The next day, I decided to walk a little farther down the trail behind the cabin. I hadn't gone past maybe a quarter mile since I'd arrived. I brought the knife with me, clipped to my belt, not because I thought I'd need it, but because it made me feel better. About a mile in, I found something strange. It was a tree, a birch maybe 40 feet tall, snapped clean in half about 12 feet up. Not sawed, not cut, snapped. The upper part lay nearby, stripped of its branches as if someone or something had twisted it until it gave way. I looked around again. Nothing but trees and more trees. I marked the spot on my mental map and headed back. That night, I heard footsteps outside the cabin. Started around 1 a.m. I'd been asleep, but something woke me. Maybe the creak of the boards outside. I held my breath. Then I heard it. A slow, deliberate crunching in the frozen ground, maybe 15 feet from the cabin, then 10 feet, then right up against the wall. Whoever it was didn't knock. They didn't try the door, just stood there, breathing. I didn't move. I didn't even sit up. I just stayed still under the blanket, my ears straining. After maybe 2 minutes, the sound faded, back the way it came. I stayed awake until the gray light of morning. When I finally stepped outside around 8, there were no new prints. No signs of anyone or anything. I thought maybe I dreamed it, but the side of the cabin, just below the one small window, had a smear on it. A grayish, greasy handprint. Long fingers, bigger than mine. I left it there. I didn't touch it. That day, I didn't leave the cabin. I kept the knife with me even inside. I spent hours just sitting at the little table, watching the trees, listening for anything out of place. I thought about leaving. I even packed my bag, but it was a 6-hour drive back to the city, and something in me didn't want to run. Felt like giving up, like losing to something I couldn't even see. That night, I didn't sleep. I sat in the corner farthest from the door with the flashlight in my hand and the knife across my lap. The fire burned low. Around 2:30, I heard it again. This time, it was faster. Movement from behind the cabin, quick footsteps in the leaves. Then silence. Then something scratching lightly at the wall. Not a bear, not a raccoon. It was too intentional. At sunrise, I found 3 small rocks stacked on the front porch, perfectly balanced. No animals did that. I stayed another night. I don't know why. Maybe part of me thought I'd finally catch whoever was messing with me. I stacked wood by the door. I locked the window shutters from the inside. I even wedged a branch through the handle to brace it. Then I waited. That night, around 1 a.m., I heard something heavier, not footsteps, more like dragging, something being pulled across the dirt. I got up, slowly, and looked out the small slit between the shutters. I couldn't see anything. Then something hit the side of the cabin. Hard. Once. Then again. Then silence. When I opened the door in the morning, the ground was scraped, like someone had dragged a body-sized sack from the woods to the wall and back again. There was hair caught on a nail near the corner. Human hair. Short. Dark. I threw up behind the cabin. That was the final straw. I packed everything in 10 minutes. I didn't clean. I didn't fold the blankets. I didn't refill the water jugs. I just grabbed my bag and got in the truck. When I turned the key, it didn't start. I tried again. Nothing. I sat there for a full minute, shaking, then popped the hood. Nothing looked cut, but I wasn't a mechanic. When I went to open the driver's side door again, I saw it on the window. Another handprint, bigger, fainter, like someone had just pressed it there and waited. I grabbed the emergency satellite beacon from the glove box. I'd bought it as an afterthought, a just in case. I pressed the SOS. A blinking red light started flashing. I waited inside the truck, knife in hand. I didn't leave the cab for hours. The rescue guy showed up 4 hours later in a green snowmobile. Middle-aged, heavy-set. Didn't say much. He just looked at the cabin, then at me and asked if I was all right. I nodded. He towed my truck down the trail to a service road where a flatbed was waiting. Later, a mechanic found sugar in the gas tank. I never went back to that cabin. I never asked about the owner. I never told anyone the full story. Not even my brother, who helped me get the truck cleaned and running again. I sold it a month later. To this day, I don't know who was out there, or why they picked me. I don't know if they were watching from the beginning or if I stumbled into something I shouldn't have. But I do know this. I was not alone out there, not even for a second. And whoever was out there didn't want me to leave. But I did, and I'm not going back. I was 36 when I went out to Grey Pines for a break from the mess of my life. It was the fall of 2021, early October, right before the first frost usually rolls in up north. I'd just gotten through a bitter divorce and lost my job at a construction firm 3 months before. I was living off savings and just drifting, not really thinking straight. A buddy of mine had once mentioned this old hunting cabin his uncle used to own, said it was sitting empty for years, tucked away in the Upper Peninsula of Michigan, near a dried-up town called Embers Creek, said I could use it if I wanted some time alone. I took him up on the offer without thinking too much about it. The cabin was a 5-hour drive from where I was staying in Green Bay, Wisconsin. The roads turned from pavement to gravel after the 4th hour. You could tell fewer and fewer people came this way anymore. The forests got thicker, the houses more scattered, and before long, I didn't see anyone else on the road, just pines and the occasional rusted-out mailbox. I pulled up to the cabin around 3 p.m. It was a squat, weathered place, single-story, with a front porch that sagged a little in the middle. The wood siding was gray and dry, faded from years of sun and rain. There were 2 small windows in the front, both covered with old mosquito screens. The whole area smelled like pine needles and cold dirt. No cell signal, no sounds besides wind and birds. That was the point. I wanted quiet. I didn't want to see or hear from anyone. I just wanted to reset my brain. Inside, the cabin was basic. 1 big room with a bed in the corner, a tiny kitchen, a cast iron stove in the middle for heat, and a small bathroom that looked like it hadn't been used in a decade. There was no electricity, just a few old oil lamps and a pile of firewood stacked in the corner. The kitchen had a hand pump for water and a rusted-out propane stove that, somehow, still worked when I lit it. There was no fridge, so I brought a cooler filled with ice and enough food to last me 10 days. Canned stuff, dried meals, and a couple packs of beer. The first night, I drank a little too much and passed out early. Woke up to total silence at 2 a.m. Not even wind. The kind of quiet that feels like pressure in your ears. I lay there in the dark, listening to nothing. Eventually, I drifted back to sleep. The days were slow. I spent them chopping firewood, reading a book I barely paid attention to, and walking the trails that ran behind the cabin. They twisted through the forest, tight with brush and fallen branches. But you could still follow them if you looked for boot prints in the dirt. Old trails, maybe from hunters years ago. By the fourth day, I started noticing things that felt off. Small, easy to ignore things. The first was the sound. Every morning, around 5:30, I'd wake up to a rhythmic thudding noise coming from the woods. At first I thought it was a woodpecker, or maybe a deer hitting antlers against a tree, but it was too steady, like a slow, dull pounding. 3 or 4 hits, then silence. It would stop before the sun was fully up. I tried to brush it off, but it started happening every morning. Always the same pattern. I told myself it was just some kind of natural thing. Probably a branch falling. Maybe an animal. Nothing to worry about. Then there were the tracks. On the 6th day, I woke up and went outside to take a piss. I glanced over to where the firewood pile was and noticed footprints in the dirt. Human ones, clear as day. They weren't mine. I hadn't been over there since I first brought in the firewood. And these prints were fresh. No scuffing or fading. The dirt was a little wet from the rain the night before, and the prints stood out sharp and dark. Bare feet, no shoes, the toes dug in deep. Whoever it was, they were heavy. I looked around the trees, half expecting someone to be standing there watching me, but there was nothing. I stood still for a long time, just staring at those prints. Eventually, I brushed some leaves over them and went back inside. I didn't sleep much that night. By day 7, the woods didn't feel empty anymore. I'd be walking a trail and hear crunching behind me. Soft, slow, like someone stepping exactly when I did, mirroring me. I stopped a few times, spun around fast. Nothing, no one, but the feeling didn't go away. That feeling of being watched. I kept checking over my shoulder every few minutes. My heart would beat fast and sharp in my chest for no reason. I started leaving the cabin door locked during the day. At night, I pushed the heavy kitchen table against it. There was no real reason why, just a deep, uneasy feeling that built more and more. On the 8th night, I woke up to the sound of something scraping the side of the cabin. Not an animal, something slow, dragging. I sat up in bed and waited, listening hard. The scraping stopped for a moment. Then I heard the dull thud again. That same rhythm from before. 3 hits. Pause. 3 more. It was closer now, right outside the wall where my bed was. I grabbed my flashlight and crept to the window, keeping the light off. I didn't open the curtains. Just stood there, heart pounding, trying to hear more. But the sound had stopped again. I stood there for almost 10 minutes before crawling back to bed. I didn't sleep. The next morning, I walked around the cabin. There were long, vertical marks on the wood, like something heavy had been dragged across it. Claw marks maybe, but wider, not clean, like they were made with something dull. I considered packing up and leaving, but a part of me didn't want to. I told myself I was overreacting. I'd been alone too long. Cabin fever, maybe. I still had 2 days left. I figured I'd stick it out. That was a mistake. On the 9th day, I decided to try hiking deeper into the woods. I thought maybe if I got out and moved around more, I'd shake off the paranoia. I took one of the older trails I hadn't walked yet. This one was more overgrown. The trees were tighter together, and the ground was covered in moss and wet leaves. I followed it for an hour before I found something strange. There was a clearing maybe the size of a basketball court right in the middle of nowhere. In the center of it, there was a circle of stones, deliberately placed, not random. Inside the circle, the grass was flattened, like someone had been sleeping or lying there. The weirdest part was a small pile of bones stacked in the middle. Clean, picked dry, looked like raccoon or maybe a fox. I didn't touch anything, just stood there, heart beating in my throat. Then I noticed the tree carvings. All around the edge of the clearing, the trees had markings, cuts into the bark. Vertical lines, some long, some short, always grouped in 3s. They looked recent. The sap still bled from the wounds. I turned and walked back fast. Didn't run, but close. That night was the worst. I tried to sleep, but I couldn't. I kept the lamp burning low, sat in bed with a hatchet in my lap. Every creak of the cabin made me flinch. Around 2:30 a.m., I heard it again, the scraping, right outside. Then footsteps on the porch. Slow, deliberate. The doorknob rattled. I didn't move, didn't breathe. Then the knob stopped turning, and the porch creaked as something walked away. I waited until sunrise to even move again. That morning, I didn't think. I just packed, fast, shoved everything into my duffel, grabbed my cooler, didn't even clean up. I was ready to leave when I noticed the back window, shattered. Not broken like someone threw something through it. Broken inward, glass all over the floor. Whatever it was, it came inside. I looked around, every part of me screaming to get out. That's when I noticed the marks on the inside wall. Same as the trees. Sets of 3 vertical slashes, etched deep into the wood near the stove. I didn't stay to see more. I jumped in the truck and peeled out of there, gravel spitting out behind me. I drove 6 hours straight until I hit a gas station with cell service. I didn't call the cops. What would I say? That someone scratched my wall and stood on my porch at night? I never went back. A month later, I asked my buddy if he knew anything weird about that cabin. He just shrugged, said his uncle used to say the woods were full of old paths people shouldn't walk, but that it was just backwoods talk. Local stories. I haven't seen him since. Haven't talked to anyone else who's been out that way. I've looked up Embers Creek on maps, but it doesn't even show up anymore. Just forest. Now, 3 years later, I still think about it. That circle in the woods, the footprints, the scratches, the way something knew I was there. I tell myself it was just some hermit, some off-grid lunatic. That's easier to accept than anything else. But sometimes at night, I still hear that sound in my head. 3 knocks, pause, 3 more, and I keep thinking, what if I hadn't left? What if I stayed just one more night? I think that was the point of the sound, a warning, one that I almost didn't listen to. It was October of 2016 when I decided to take a solo trip up north. I was 32 years old, working in IT at a company in St. Louis, Missouri. I'd been through a rough stretch, overworked, not sleeping well, and just mentally drained. I hadn't taken a real break in over 2 years, and I figured I was due. A buddy of mine had mentioned this cabin his family used to rent near Stillwater Lake in northern Minnesota. Said it was quiet, no cell service, no people, just trees, water, and silence. That sounded exactly like what I needed. I found the place online. It looked small but clean. A-frame style, single story, right on the edge of the lake, surrounded by dense forest. The photos showed a small dock out back, an old rowboat flipped upside down next to a fire pit, and an outhouse off to the side. No electricity, but it had a propane stove and a little heater. They said to bring your own water since the well was unreliable. I booked it for 10 days. I drove up from St. Louis the first week of October. Took me about 12 hours. The last 2 were slow, winding roads through thick trees. The air felt different out there. Colder, sharper, cleaner. I stopped in a small town called Ashwood to stock up on supplies. Canned food, a few jugs of water, a lantern, extra propane, and a small first aid kit. The guy at the hardware store asked where I was headed. When I told him Stillwater Lake, he just nodded and said, "You'll have the place to yourself this time of year." I didn't think much of it at the time. The road to the cabin was rough, just a long dirt track with potholes and overgrown brush scraping the sides of my car. I had to slow down to a crawl. I remember thinking, no one's been out here in a while. When I finally pulled up, the place looked just like the pictures, old but not falling apart. There was a padlock on the front door and a small note in a plastic bag pinned to the frame. "Welcome. Please relock when you leave. Paul." That was the owner. Inside was simple. One main room with a bed on one end and a little kitchenette on the other. A small table with 2 chairs. No fridge. The stove worked fine once I got the propane hooked up. There was a stack of wood by the heater. I unpacked, put away the food, lit the lantern, and just sat for a while. Outside, the wind moved through the trees in a way that made everything feel hushed, like the forest itself was holding its breath. The first 2 days were perfect. I fished in the mornings, read books in the afternoons, and cooked simple meals at night. I kept a little journal, mostly just to remember what I did each day. The quiet started to settle into me, and I felt myself letting go of everything I'd been carrying. I slept better than I had in months. Then, around the third night, something shifted. Started small. I was chopping wood around 4 p.m. when I noticed boot prints in the dirt near the back of the cabin. Not mine. I'd been wearing hiking shoes, and these were clearly deeper and wider. Big, thick treads like from heavy work boots. They went toward the dock, then back up the path that led into the woods. I thought maybe a hunter had passed through. The area was remote, but not completely off limits. I told myself it was nothing. That night, I locked the door from the inside, something I hadn't bothered with before. I remember lying in bed, staring at the dark rafters, listening. No animals, no bugs, no birds, just stillness. And under that, something else. A feeling I couldn't shake, like I was being watched. In the morning, I found something that made my stomach drop. My folding camp chair, the one I kept out by the fire pit, was gone. Just gone. I looked all over for it. Even checked the lake's edge in case the wind had knocked it into the water. Nothing. It was like someone had taken it. I told myself maybe it was animals, or maybe I'd put it somewhere and forgotten, but I knew I hadn't. I felt something in my chest then, like pressure. I didn't like the feeling. On the 5th day, I woke up to find the front door slightly open. Not all the way, just cracked an inch. I was sure I had locked it. I checked my pockets for the key. Still there. Nothing inside the cabin looked disturbed. I checked my food, my bag, the journal. All untouched, but it didn't make sense. If someone had come in, why not take anything? Why not make it obvious? Why just leave the door open? That day, I didn't go fishing. I stayed close to the cabin, keeping the hatchet nearby. I checked the woods, walked about 50 feet in each direction, trying to find more boot prints, more signs of someone being there. I didn't find any, but I couldn't shake the feeling. I kept thinking of that chair, of the door, of how quiet everything was. That night, I barely slept. Every creak of the wood, every gust of wind made me sit up. I kept the lantern on until the fuel ran out. At some point, I started hearing soft sounds outside. Not animals, heavier. Slow footsteps on dirt and dry leaves. A couple times they circled the cabin. I held my breath and waited, but they never stopped at the door, never knocked, never tried to come in. The next morning, I found something new. A small pile of rocks stacked neatly in front of the steps. 5 of them, different shapes and colors, placed carefully like a marker. That's when I knew for sure. Someone was messing with me. Not animals, not my imagination. Person. A real person walking around out there at night. Watching. Leaving things. I packed that afternoon. I planned to leave early the next morning. I didn't want to drive the long road at night, not with how bad it was. I checked everything twice, made sure the car was fueled and ready, then brought my stuff inside and locked the door. That night was the worst. Started around midnight. A soft tapping on the back wall of the cabin. Just one tap every 10 seconds or so. Light like a single finger, then silence, then another. I sat up, heart pounding, not knowing what to do. The tapping moved, slowly, toward the side of the cabin, then the front. Then it stopped. I waited, 30 minutes, an hour. Then I heard the door handle rattle. Just once, then nothing. I sat there in the dark, frozen. I had the hatchet in my hand, breathing shallow, listening for anything. Nothing else happened that night. I didn't sleep. At first light, I threw my stuff in the car and started driving. The road felt even longer this time, and I kept checking my mirrors. I didn't see anyone. No cars. No people. Just trees. I got to Ashwood by noon. I didn't stop. I kept driving until I hit the interstate. When I finally pulled into my apartment back in St. Louis, I felt like I could finally breathe again. I never reported it. What was I going to say? Someone walked around my cabin at night? No one would care. No one would believe it was serious. Nothing was stolen. I wasn't hurt, but it stuck with me. The chair, the door, the footprints, the rocks, the tapping. All of it felt like a warning. Not random, not just someone messing around. Whoever it was didn't want to hurt me. They wanted me to know they were there, that they could come in if they wanted to, that I wasn't alone. A week later, I checked the listing. The cabin was still available. Same photos, same price. I didn't leave a review, and I never went camping alone again. I was 29 when I decided to take some time off and go on a solo retreat. Life in Cincinnati had become too much. I was working as a systems analyst at a mid-sized company that had just been acquired, and everything felt like it was falling apart. Layoffs, budget cuts, too many meetings. I was burned out. It was early October 2013. I booked a small, private cabin up in northern Michigan, near a tiny place called Crystal Hill, which wasn't much more than a couple of gas stations, a diner, and a bait shop. The cabin was about 8 miles off the main road, surrounded by woods thick enough to swallow all sound. It belonged to a guy I found through a small travel site. He only rented it out in the fall when his hunting season ended. Said it was best for people who wanted peace and quiet. It didn't have Wi-Fi, barely had cell service, no television, just a wood stove, a gas heater, a radio, and enough supplies for a couple weeks. I brought a stack of books, my camera, some old trail maps, and a big notebook to write in. The idea was to unplug, recharge, maybe even figure out if I wanted to quit my job entirely. The first 2 days were perfect. Cold air, orange leaves, the kind of silence you can feel in your bones. I chopped wood in the morning, read by the window in the afternoons, and slept for 10 hours at a time. The only noise was the occasional gust of wind and the crunch of squirrels or deer in the underbrush. The cabin was small, just one room with a little kitchen off to the side, a wood stove in the middle, and a cot against the wall. The front had a porch that looked out over a slope of trees. There was no real backyard, just more woods. It was isolated, which was exactly what I wanted. The first strange thing happened on the third night. I'd gone to bed around 10. The stove was burning low, and I'd cracked a window because the heat had gotten dry and stale. I remember waking up because of a sound, not loud, but sharp enough to cut through the silence. It was a click, then a sort of dragging sound, like metal on wood. I sat up in bed. My first thought was that it was an animal, maybe a raccoon or something getting into the firewood I'd stacked by the side of the porch. I didn't go outside. I waited, listened. It stopped after maybe a minute. I told myself it was nothing, just forest noises. Maybe a branch fell. But I left the window closed that time and kept the hatchet I used for firewood inside from then on. The next morning, I went out to check. The woodpile was fine, nothing disturbed. I walked around the cabin, but didn't see anything odd. I shook it off. The fifth night was colder. I layered up before bed and made sure the fire was good and strong. Around midnight, I woke up again. Same sound, a click, then dragging, but this time it was closer, definitely outside, right outside the cabin wall. I sat still, listening. My heart was pounding in my ears. The dragging went on for maybe 30 seconds, then silence. I didn't hear footsteps, just that weird scrape. In the morning, I found something I didn't expect. Just under the window, the one I'd opened 2 nights before, there were marks in the dirt. Not footprints, more like lines, like someone had dragged a stick or a piece of metal along the ground. It curved around the side of the cabin, disappearing into the woods. That was the first time I started to feel real fear. Not full-on panic, but the kind that sits in your chest and makes you hyper-aware of every creak and crack. I told myself again it was an animal, maybe a porcupine, maybe a coyote dragging something. I didn't let myself think about anything else, but I started keeping the hatchet under the cot. That day, I went hiking along the trail behind the cabin. I needed to clear my head. It was an old trail, barely used and covered in fallen leaves. I walked for maybe an hour, following it until it started looping back. The trees were beautiful. I tried to relax. On the way back, maybe 200 yards from the cabin, I found something strange in the woods. It was a pile of rocks, stacked deliberately, not naturally. About waist-high. In the middle of it was a tin can, crushed flat. Next to it was an old boot, just one. It looked like it had been there a long time. It didn't make sense. There were no other cabins nearby, no campsites, no trash, just this weird little pile, almost like a marker. I took a photo and walked back fast. That night I didn't sleep. The noise came again. Click, drag, click, drag. I sat on the cot with my jacket on and the hatchet across my lap. I didn't look out the window. I didn't move. At 2:43 a.m., there was a knock on the back wall. Not the door, the wall. 3 slow, heavy knocks, like someone using the side of their fist or a piece of wood. Not testing it, just letting me know they were there. Then silence. The next morning, I found another set of drag marks. This time, they came all the way around the cabin and ended at the steps of the front porch. There was no knock on the door, just the back wall. I didn't have cell reception strong enough to call anyone. I tried texting a friend to come pick me up early, but it didn't send. The signal kept cutting out. I stood on the roof of the porch holding the phone above my head for 10 minutes. Nothing. I wanted to leave, but the guy who rented me the cabin had taken the only set of keys to the old truck that came with the place. He said it was an anti-theft thing. If I needed to leave early, I'd have to call him. I couldn't even start the truck without the key fob he had. That night, I didn't light a fire. I didn't want to make it obvious I was awake. I kept the inside dark, lay in bed with my boots on, holding the hatchet. No knocks this time, but I heard movement, something brushing against the front door, something heavy. Then the sound of metal scraping would again. But this time it was coming from the roof. Something or someone had climbed on top of the cabin. I stayed completely still. I could hear the creak of the old boards above me, the shifting of weight, then a dull thud, and then nothing. I didn't sleep at all. When the sun rose, I walked around the cabin with my camera. I took photos of everything, the scrape marks, the boot print I found near the back wall, the edge of the roof. On one of the boards, I saw a line of small scratches, like a knife tip had traced it. I packed my stuff. I put everything in a pile by the door and waited. No one came. At noon, I took one of the old trail maps and started walking toward the main road. I had a compass. I figured if I walked fast, I could make it to the road by dark and flag someone down. I didn't want to be in the woods another night. I didn't make it to the road. About 4 miles in, I realized I was being followed. I don't know how long it had been happening. I wasn't making much noise, and I kept glancing over my shoulder. But at some point, I noticed the rhythm of twigs breaking behind me. It wasn't an animal. Animals don't step like that. It was slower, deliberate. I kept walking. I didn't run. I didn't want to show panic. But my hands were shaking. I had the hatchet in one, compass in the other. I kept looking back. At one point, I saw movement between the trees. Just a flash of someone ducking behind a trunk. Human height, pale jacket. That was all I saw. I changed direction, left the trail completely and moved fast through the brush. I tried to make a wide circle back to the cabin. I figured I'd take the truck, keys or not. I'd hotwire it or break a window or something. But when I got back near the cabin, I stopped. The front door was open. I hadn't left it that way. I crouched in the woods for a long time watching. There was no sound, no movement, but something was wrong. I felt it. Eventually, I moved slowly toward the back. I didn't go inside. I climbed into the bed of the truck, broke the back window with the hatchet and climbed in. Found the glove box. No key, of course, but there was a flare gun under the seat. I took it. I waited until nightfall. I sat in the truck with the flare gun in one hand and the hatchet in the other. I didn't go back inside the cabin. I didn't move. Around midnight, I saw movement again. Someone stepped out of the woods. They didn't come close, just stood there near the pile of firewood, watching. I couldn't see their face, just the shape of them. They didn't move for what felt like an hour. Then they walked around to the back of the cabin. I waited, listened. I could hear them on the porch. Then the scraping again, metal on wood, that same sound. I stepped out of the truck and fired the flare gun straight up. The light was blinding in the darkness. It lit up the trees, the side of the cabin, everything. No one was there. I ran. I didn't stop. I ran through the woods in the direction of the road, flare gun in one hand, compass bouncing on my chest. I didn't stop until I hit gravel. Around 3 a.m., a passing truck saw me and picked me up. The man who rented me the cabin said I must have scared off a bear, that the scratches were probably from raccoons, that I'd imagined the rest. But I know what I saw. I know what I heard. A week later, police went out to check the property. They found the boot I saw, and they found something else. It was the fall of 2016 when I decided to take a break from everything. I was 33 at the time, working as a freelance web designer. Life had become a blur of screens, emails, and late nights. My eyes were dry constantly, my back hurt, and my sleep was always broken. I lived alone in a small apartment in San Diego, and I'd started to feel boxed in. I wasn't unhappy exactly, but I felt off, like I'd been drifting for a while and couldn't remember what direction I'd been going in. I needed to get away from the internet, the news, everything. A friend had mentioned once that her uncle owned a cabin up near the Idaho-Montana border, tucked into the Bitterroot Mountains, and that it was barely used anymore. I remembered it randomly and reached out. Her uncle didn't mind me borrowing it for a week. I only had to pick up the key from a lockbox behind a gas station about 2 hours from the cabin. She texted me the code and directions, and that was that. I packed light. A few changes of clothes, my old hiking boots, a thick coat, a flashlight, a hatchet, a knife I'd bought years ago but never used, some freeze-dried food, water jugs, a small gas stove, and a few books. I left my laptop behind on purpose. I told one friend where I'd be and when I planned to return. That was the only smart thing I did. The drive up was long, about 18 hours straight. I broke it into 2 days, sleeping at a motel in Missoula the first night. The second day, I picked up the key as planned and followed the winding roads through the trees. The directions were clear. Past the 3rd mile marker on a dirt road, take a left where the big stump sits, go straight through a gate with a broken lock, and after 2 more miles the cabin will be on your left, partly hidden behind tall pines. It was exactly where she said it'd be. The cabin looked old but solid. Made of weather-worn logs, it had a small front porch, a metal roof, and a stone chimney. A generator was parked off to the side, half covered by a tarp. I didn't bother with it. I'd brought enough batteries and didn't want to listen to engine noise all day. There was a woodpile next to the door, dry and neatly stacked. A large axe leaned against it, blade slightly rusted. I took a picture with my phone, mostly out of habit, then turned it off. That was the last time I used it. Inside, the cabin smelled like dust, wood, and old ash. There was a single room with a stone fireplace, a small table and 2 chairs, a counter with a sink that probably connected to a nearby spring, and a narrow cot with a lumpy mattress. A lantern hung from a nail on the wall. There were 2 windows, one looking out into the woods behind the cabin, the other facing the small clearing in front. The first 2 days were peaceful. I hiked a little, read, cooked on the small stove, and split wood for fun. At night, I built small fires in the hearth and sat close, writing in a small notebook I'd brought along. The silence was total. There were no planes overhead, no passing cars. Just wind through the trees, sometimes the call of a distant bird. First, I found it beautiful. By the 3rd day, I started noticing small things. I found a boot print just past the woodline behind the cabin, near a mossy rock where I sometimes sat to drink coffee in the morning. I wear a size 10, and this print was easily a 12 or larger. It looked fresh, not flattened by rain or wind. I looked around but didn't see anyone. I told myself it could have been an old print that hadn't eroded yet, or even an animal that stepped just right. I brushed it off. That night, around 2 a.m., I woke up. I wasn't sure why. The fire had died down to glowing coals. I lay still, listening. I didn't hear anything at first. Then I noticed it, the faint crunch of footsteps outside. Not the quick, casual kind. These were slow, careful. I thought maybe it was a deer, but they stopped directly outside the window behind the cot. I didn't move. I barely breathed. After about a minute, the sound stopped. I didn't sleep much the rest of the night. I kept the fire low and waited for dawn. When the light finally came, I got up and went outside. I looked around the cabin slowly. The ground was covered in pine needles and soft dirt. I found faint tracks, long, narrow impressions that led into the woods. I followed them for maybe 30 yards before they vanished into undergrowth. I told myself again it could have been a hiker. Maybe someone else used the cabin sometimes. I tried to let it go, but I started keeping the hatchet close and carried the knife on my belt from then on. On the 5th day, things escalated. That afternoon, I hiked to a ridge about a mile north of the cabin. There was an overlook there with a clear view of the valley below, and I wanted to sketch it. I stayed out a little too long. The sun dipped behind the mountains faster than I expected, and by the time I started back, it was already dim under the trees. About halfway to the cabin, I started hearing branches snapping behind me. Not constantly, just every so often. I'd stop, listen, and hear nothing. Then I'd walk again and snap. I didn't run. I didn't want to look panicked. I kept walking at a steady pace, gripping the hatchet in my hand. When I reached the cabin clearing, I turned and looked back. Nothing. I listened for several minutes. The woods were silent. I went inside, locked the door, and built a fire. I ate quickly and lay down, staring at the ceiling until sleep took me. That night, I woke again. This time, it was the sound of the door handle rattling. It wasn't wind. It was slow, rhythmic, like someone testing the lock. I froze. The fire was almost dead again. I slid off the cot and picked up the hatchet. I stood by the fireplace for what felt like hours. The handle rattled again, then stopped. Then came 3 knocks. Slow, heavy knocks. I didn't say anything. I didn't make a sound. I waited. Nothing else happened. The silence returned. I stayed standing the rest of the night, hatchet in hand. When light came, I opened the door slowly. Nothing there. No footprints this time. The ground was dry, hard-packed. If someone had been there, they didn't leave any trace. I debated leaving that day. I only had 2 days left, but I hated the idea of someone or something driving me out. I wanted to stay to prove to myself I wasn't being paranoid. I should have left. That afternoon, I hiked again, but I didn't go far. I just wanted to move to burn off nervous energy. About half a mile from the cabin, I found something strange. A small piece of cloth was hanging from a branch at chest height. It looked like it had been cut, not torn. Faded green like a jacket liner. I didn't touch it. Below it, on the ground, was something worse, what looked like a carved wooden figure. It was shaped like a person but crude. About 6 inches tall, arms outstretched, legs together. No face. Just a round head and a roughly shaped body. It had been stabbed into the dirt with a stick. I backed away slowly. I didn't touch any of it. I turned and walked back to the cabin, fast but not running. Once inside, I locked the door and started packing. That night, I kept every light I had on. I put the table against the door, though it probably wouldn't stop anyone determined. I didn't sleep. I sat in a chair by the window watching the trees. At some point past midnight, I saw movement at the edge of the clearing. Just a flicker. Then I saw it again. Person. I couldn't make out a face, just the outline. They stood still for a long time, then moved along the edge, slowly circling. Not coming closer, just watching. Then I saw another figure. Then a third. They stood just far enough away that I couldn't see their features. They didn't speak, didn't move toward the cabin. They just watched. For hours. Eventually, around dawn, they were gone. I left the second the sun was fully up. I didn't pack properly. I grabbed my bag, stuffed it with what I could, and left the rest. I hiked fast to my car. The whole time, I kept glancing behind me. I didn't see anyone. I drove until I hit a gas station with other people, then kept driving until I was back in Missoula. I reported what I saw to the sheriff's department there. They took my statement but didn't seem too concerned. No one else had reported anything strange in the area. The cabin was technically on private property, so unless I had names or could prove something criminal had happened, there wasn't much they could do. I flew home. I didn't tell my friend what happened, just that the trip hadn't gone well. 2 weeks later, I had a security system installed in my apartment. I started sleeping with the lights on. For months, I kept waking up in the middle of the night, convinced someone was outside. I started taking self-defense classes, not because I thought it would help if something really went wrong, but because it made me feel like I was doing something. I still think about the cabin, about the boot prints, the figures, the cloth on the branch, the carved figure in the dirt. I don't know who they were or what they wanted. I never went back. I never will. But sometimes I dream about the sound of someone knocking, and I always wake up before the third knock.